Di Marketing School Bootcamp, Bapak Ibu akan belajar bagaimana menentukan positioning sekolah Anda, membangun brand positif, bagaimana masyarakat, wali murid, dan siswa tertarik dengan sekolah Anda.
Dalam pelatihan ini saya sungguh mendapat banyak hal. Ternyata tidak sesederhana yang saya pikirkan. Tetapi ini merupakan suatu yang sangat baik bagi kami. Dan banyak yang kami lakukan ternyata banyak hal yang salah. Banyak hal yang kurang tepat, ibarat membidik, menembak itu tidak pada fokus pada sasaran.
Para pendidik semuanya, hari ini kita bersama Kuanta belajar salah satu strategi dalam rangka untuk mendapatkan kepercayaan dari masyarakat. Strategi itu adalah strategi keunggulan berkompetisi. Bagaimana sekolah-sekolah ini memiliki satu keunggulan sehingga sekolah ini mampu meraih kepercayaan dari masyarakat. Hari ini para humas sekolah belajar banyak hal, bagaimana memiliki strategi yang jitu agar sekolahnya mendapatkan kepercayaan dari masyarakat. Dimulai dari peserta menganalisa kondisi internal sekolah, apa potensi-potensi yang kuat yang dimiliki oleh sekolah. Lalu yang kedua, para peserta menganalisa kondisi eksternal, kondisi pasar, apa yang menjadi kebutuhan masyarakat dan bagaimana strategi menjawabnya, strategi menyediakan layanan yang sesuai dengan kebutuhan masyarakat dengan pola umum, ya, urgen, menarik, unik, dan kebaharuan. Sekolah-sekolah ini melahirkan kreativitas baru, strategi-strategi yang mampu memenangkan dalam hal berkompetisi untuk mendapatkan siswa baru. Ikuti seterusnya seri-seri Marketing Bootcamp yang dilaksanakan oleh Kuanta. Selamat berproses, selamat belajar bersama. Ini adalah era baru dan ini adalah era keunggulan.
Marketing School Bootcamp, saatnya meningkatkan jumlah siswa. Yes!
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Ratna Arumsari dari SMP Islam Hidayatullah Semarang. Sungguh luar biasa, sebuah keberkahan dan juga sebuah kebanggaan kami bisa bergabung bersama dengan KPI dalam kegiatan School Leadership Program. Kegiatan ini sangat bermanfaat sekali bagi saya karena memberikan motivasi bagi kami untuk selalu meningkatkan kompetensi dalam bidang leadership. Dan dalam kegiatan ini banyak sekali teman-teman yang memberikan inspirasi karena beberapa diantaranya juga kepala sekolah penggerak, sehingga memberikan banyak warna baru, banyak ilmu baru, dan insya Allah perpaduan dari pengalaman, mendapatkan ilmu dari coach, mendapatkan ilmu dari teman sejawat, mendapatkan teman yang berbeda-beda daerah, memberikan warna dan juga memberikan pengetahuan bagi kami. Insya Allah nanti bisa kami aplikasikan di tempat kami dan mendapatkan manfaat tentunya untuk tempat kami bekerja.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Ibu Penny dari SD Islam Hidayatullah Semarang. Alhamdulillah, saya berkesempatan mengikuti pelatihan School Leadership Program yang diadakan oleh KPI bekerja sama dengan Dale Carnegie dan Loop. Alhamdulillah di kesempatan ini saya mendapatkan banyak ilmu, yaitu tentang ilmu kolaboratif, kemudian project based learning, kemudian ada juga tentang coaching. Banyak sekali ilmu yang disampaikan oleh para trainer. Insya Allah ke depan hal ini akan sangat bermanfaat untuk kami dalam pengembangan sekolah. Semoga ke depan saya bersama tim bisa memperbaiki sekolah menjadi sekolah yang lebih baik lagi. Terima kasih kepada KPI atas ilmu yang sudah diberikan. Insya Allah menjadi ilmu yang bermanfaat. Indonesia Jaya, pendidikan Indonesia hebat.
Terima kasih pada KPI. KPI teruslah menebar virus kebaikan.
Maju terus untuk pendidikan Indonesia.
Maju terus KPI, lanjutkan.
Maju terus KPI, maju terus KPI.
Untuk KPI luar biasa, lanjutkan.
Maju terus untuk KPI, mari kita membangun negeri.
Semangat terus KPI melakukan pelatihan ini, terus kembangkan dan sukses terus.
The history of undergraduate program on mathematics education cannot be separated from IKIP Surabaya in 1950. And this program under Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science held since 1965. Undergraduate program of mathematics education, or we call as S1 Pendidikan Matematika, produce math educators, math educational research assistant, edupreneur, as well as mathematics education writer. We have three concerns such as mathematics instruction, mathematics educational psychology, and evaluation. Undergraduate program on mathematics education has 10 program learning outcomes with 4 aspects: knowledge, skill, competence, attitude, and social. To support the achievement of program learning outcome of undergraduate program of mathematics education, or S1 Pendidikan Matematika, regularly we have several activities such as evaluating, restructuring curriculum, doing incoming and outgoing student and lecturer activity, and also improving the adequate facilities related to the development of technology and edupreneur.
Laboratory is one of the important things in supporting learning and research. The undergraduate program of mathematics education has 4 main laboratories. There are Laboratory of Computation, second one is Laboratory of Learning Media, Laboratory of Realistic Mathematics Education, and the last one is Laboratory of Micro-Teaching. Each of which is coordinated by the head of sub-laboratory and assisted by a laboratory assistant. Each laboratory has function and objective in order to support the achievement of program and outcome of the undergraduate program of mathematics and education.
This is a laboratory of computation of Mathematics Education Department on UNESA. The Laboratory of Computation conducting computation based on course activities, tutorial assistance, and research. The Laboratory of Computation provide hardware and software. The hardware such as personal computer that are connected with local area network, also with internet. And the software, including software license such as Visual C, Unity, SQL Server, and so on.
The Laboratory of Learning Media provides the facilities for the students to develop their own learning media for teaching mathematics at school. We have a center for workshop and center for exhibition. For the exhibition center, we provide the opportunity for the schools outside Universitas Negeri Surabaya to learn more about what have we done, the mathematics education study program, to help the student at school to learning mathematics easier. For the workshop center, we have the carpenter's tools like the circular saw machine, the bore machine, and the others, which help the student to create their own learning media based on their prototypes. And also we have a 3D printer, which help the student to visualize their prototype reality. And also we have the smart board to present the design while discussing to their lecturers. Laboratory of Relative Mathematics Education is an education-based research study that focuses on two topics. The first study on developing instructional theory and material based on realistic mathematics education. The second is a study on mathematical literacy. We facilitate the students with the reference of a number of references on realistic mathematics education and several medias based on realistic mathematics education, and also an online reference from a respectable journal or seminar. The facilitator is help the student in solving or finishing their mini thesis, study, or even support the student in to publish their article in respectable journal or seminar.
This micro-teaching laboratory is a place where the students of mathematics study program doing a teaching practice and producing the video under the subject of micro-teaching. There are 4 rooms here. The first one is the operator room, and then studio room, preparation room, and observer room. Each room has their own equipments. For the example, in studio room, we have microphone, cameras, smartboard, projector, automatic screen, etc. The output of this laboratory is teaching practice videos that are ready to use to be evaluated with the lecturer of micro-teaching subjects.
The mathematics department have provided us with a very well-structured curriculum in order to prepare us for our future job. They want us to be more active, creative, and innovative. They sometimes invite guest lecturers from outside of the campus, which is an expert in each of their field. It gives us new knowledge, and for me, it is a very exciting experience.
The department has provided us perfectly adequate facilities to our study activity. We also use a computer laboratory with the new technology, and the department support us participating in any competition. It is academic related or non-academic. The department also held an annual event, which is MICO, Mathematics in Contextual Olympiad, and the Math Expo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to InCIReSMa 2024.
Please let us introduce ourselves. My name is Maria Noventa, and here is my partner.
I'm Dimas,
who will be your master of ceremony today. It's a great honor for us to lead you today in this grand event. Our warmest welcome to the Honorable Rector of the State University of Surabaya, Professor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes, or his representative.
All rectors from CONASPI members are the representative.
Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Professor Dr. Wasis MSI, or his representative.
All of the keynote and invited speakers, thank you so much for your willingness to joining with us today.
And last but not least, presenters and all of the participants who are joining with us now.
InCIReSMa, or International Conference of the Interdisciplinary Research and Studies in Mathematics, with theme Transforming World's Future Through Interdisciplinary Research in Mathematics to Support SDGs.
We are so lucky today because the event participants come from Africa, Asia, Europe, Australia, and America.
That's right, Maria. This is the most excellent experience for me to lead a great event like this.
Same here, Dimas. We want to thank our sponsors in today's event, CONASPI, Quanta, Guru Cendekia, and Guru Inspiratif Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please fill in the presence list while you are attending this event. The link for presence will be available on the Zoom chat.
Before starting our conference today, let me tell you about our agenda today. For the first one, we have opening ceremony.
At the next agenda is the first speaker of the plenary session will be a keynote from Assistant Professor Dr. Alden Jack Edson from Michigan State University, the United States, and Associate Professor Wanti Wijaya PhD from Deakin University, Australia, and followed by coffee break.
Then we'll continue to the second speaker of the plenary session will be Professor Dr. Akil from Turkey, that will followed by lunch break.
At the last session of the plenary session will be Associate Professor Dr. Abadi MSI from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia, and Professor Ebenezer Bonyang, Master of Education, Master of Science PhD from Ghana, and followed by recess.
And ladies and gentlemen, at this part you will presentate about your presentation at the parallel session that will be closed by closing ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are reminding all the presenters to change the Zoom display name to the format room_paper ID_name. And for the participants, please change your name to participants_name. Also, please use the virtual background that was given before.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll let you know about our Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. As of 2024, UNESA has 13 faculty, and one of them is us, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. Here is our profile.
Surabaya, a city associated with the history of the independence struggle and one of Indonesia's metropolitan cities, is developing into the basis of creative industries and a favorable site for exploring and advancing diverse disciplines of knowledge.
Universitas Negeri Surabaya merupakan institusi pendidikan tinggi yang mengembangkan bidang keilmuan pendidikan dan non-kependidikan, berkomitmen untuk mencetak insan unggul, menyiapkan lulusan yang tangguh, serta siap menghadapi kemajuan dunia. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam atau FMIPA UNESA memiliki komitmen dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan berbasis teknologi melalui metode pembelajaran inovatif dan berbasis riset sesuai dengan perkembangan zaman. FMIPA UNESA telah berdiri sejak tahun 1964 yang bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Eksakta, Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau IKIP Negeri Surabaya. Pada tahun 1999, melalui keputusan Presiden Republik Indonesia, IKIP Negeri Surabaya bertransformasi menjadi Universitas Negeri Surabaya dan tetap menjalankan visi utama sebagai lembaga penyelenggara program pendidikan dan non-kependidikan. Saat ini, FMIPA UNESA memiliki 16 program studi, yakni 10 program studi S1, 4 program studi magister, dan 2 program studi doktor. Seluruh program studi tersebut tidak hanya berfokus pada pendalaman materi kemipaan, namun setiap lulusan juga dibekali dengan soft skills seperti ecopreneurship, kejujuran, kedisiplinan, kreativitas, berpikir kritis, serta inovasi yang solutif untuk memecahkan problem dalam kehidupan bermasyarakat, berbangsa, dan berwawasan global sebagai warga dunia.
Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA constantly innovates to help lecturers, academic staff, and students advance their careers. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA must achieve the 3 pillars of higher education, as well as target and development in various fields. Everyone is encouraged to keep improving their skills through a variety of activities. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA currently employs 27 professors, 45 associate professors, 51 assistant professors, and 46 lecturers. Continuous quality improvement is always a top priority at Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA, or CQI. The establishment of quality assurance at the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science level to ensure quality while being committed to improving the quality of each action plan carried out by each Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA community member realize this commitment. Collaboration is critical in exploring and discovering new ideas and networking to strengthen relationships to achieve sustainable development goals. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA implements eco-campus programs, such as providing clean and green public spaces, implementing a waste management system, using the reduce, reuse, recycle method, and creating various products to preserve biodiversity to create a green and nature conservation-oriented learning environment. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA is committed to advancing the institution through collaboration with various regional, national, and international agencies. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA prioritize providing and maintaining various integrated facilities and infrastructure to support all academic community activities. Prioritization of occupational health and safety is also a major concern, as is the provision of various disability-friendly facilities. This effort demonstrates UNESA's seriousness in creating a productive ecosystem oriented to occupational health and safety and friendly for people with disabilities, lecturers, academic staff, and students to support reasoning activities and produce a variety of latest innovation, creative, innovative, and achievements in academic and non-academic fields, both at the national and international levels. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA also facilitates the dissemination of science and technology development by managing scientific journals. All scientific journals covered by Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA are open access. Furthermore, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA is committed to the UNESCO-recommended open science movement. Various research findings and ideas are then used in community service projects. This service activity solves various environmental and community problems as part of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA's concern for the community's progress and welfare. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA continues to innovate to turn inspiration into achievement, producing bright graduates with environmental awareness and an entrepreneurial spirit. It elevates your future with the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences at the State University of Surabaya.
The following agenda is we are going to sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and the UNESA team. without any further ado, we would like to show the first speech from the Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, and in this occasion is represented by Vice Rector of Research Community Service, Innovation, Publication and University Ranking, Dr. Bambang Sigit Widodo, MPD.
Respected Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Deans and Directors, keynote speakers in the International Conference of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, all the participants, and the esteemed committee of the International Conference of Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. And welcome to the International Conference Universitas Negeri Surabaya 2024. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome you all the International Conference Universitas Negeri Surabaya, was supported by CONASPI 11 2024. This year, we gather under the theme Optimizing the Role of Universities in the Sustainable Development Goals, a topic of paramount importance in our rapidly changing world. Today, we had 10 international conferences, such as number 1, International Conference of SDGs and Bibliometric Studies. Number 2, International Seminar on Physics and Applications. Number 3, International Conference of Interdisciplinary Research and Studies in Mathematics. Number 4, International Conference on Innovation and New Paradigm of Sustainable Science. Number 5, International Conference on Applied Science and Vocational Innovation. Number 6, International Conference on Social Science and Law. Number 7, International Conference on Research and Academic Community Services. Number 8, International Seminar of Sport and Exercise Science. Number 9, International Conference on Education Innovation. And the last one, number 10, International Conference on Culture Studies and Applied Linguistics. As Vice Rector 3 of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, I am particularly pleased to see the enthusiastic participations of scholars, researchers, policymakers, and students from around the globe. Your presence here underscores a shared commitment to not only understanding the challenges of sustainable development, but also actively contributing to solutions that promote ecological integrity and social equity. Higher education institutions are uniquely positioned to lead the way in promoting sustainable practices. We have the responsibility to educate future leaders, conduct impactful research, and set an example through the management of our campuses. This conference provides an invaluable platform for sharing knowledge, best practices, and innovative approach to integrating sustainable into the very fabric of our educational systems. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, our esteemed speakers, and all those who have worked tirelessly to bring this conference to fruition. Your dedication and hard work have made this gathering possible, and I'm confident that the insight gained here will be invaluable in advancing our collective missions. As we embark on this discussion, let us remember the crucial role we play in shaping a sustainable future. The decision we make and the action we take within our institution can have far-reaching impacts, influencing not only our students but also broader community and society at large. Thank you all for being here and for your commitment to advancing green environmental management in higher education. I look forward to the enlightening conversations and collaborations which will emerge from this conference. Let us work together to create a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous future for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Bambang. And for the last speech, we'll have a speech from our great person in charge, Mr. Rudy. For Mr. Rudy, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone and welcome to the Conference of Interdisciplinary Research and Studies in Mathematics or InCIReSMa 2024. First of all, I would like to give my warmest welcome to the Honorable Rector of the State University of Surabaya, Professor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes, and Vice Rector of the State University of Surabaya or the representative. The second one, I want to give warmer welcome to all rector, vice rector, and lecturer from CONASPI member or their representative, Dean of Faculty and Mathematics Natural Sciences, Professor Dr. Wasis MSI, and also Vice Dean or their representative. All of the keynote and invited speaker, thank you so much for the willingness to join us today. And the last one, of course, I want to give my warmest welcome for all presenter and participant in this event. It is my great honor to open this year's conference when brilliant minds from across the globe have gathered to explore, discuss, and celebrate the wonder of interdisciplinary research and studies in mathematics. This is a unique occasion, bringing together researcher, educator, and also for enthusiasts from diverse backgrounds to engage in meaningful dialogue and share groundbreaking discoveries. Mathematics in purest form transcend border and language. It is a universal language that unites us in our quest for understanding the natural world and beyond. As we delve into the session and discussion over the coming days, we are not only advancing our knowledge, but also contributing to a collective endeavor that drive innovation, foster collaboration, and inspire for generation. Our theme for this conference, Transforming World Future Through Interdisciplinary Research in Mathematics to Support SDGs, reflect the dynamic and evolving nature of mathematics sciences. It is a testament to the diverse application and theoretical advancement that shape our world, from the abstract beauty of theoretical mathematics to the practical implication in technology, science, and engineering. Our field continues to push the boundaries of what is possible. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our keynote speaker, our invited speaker, and all of the authors who will be sharing their invaluable insight and leading discussion on some of the most pressing topics in mathematics today. Your contributions are instrumental in shaping the discourse and setting the stage for future advancement. As we gather here, it is inspiring to note the truly international representation we have this year. Participants have traveled from every corner of the world online to be part of this event. We are delighted to welcome attendees from United States, Europe, Asia, Africa, and also Australia. Its continent contributes a rich tapestry of mathematical tradition, research, and perspective that will undoubtedly enrich our discussion. I also want to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the organizing committee, volunteer, and sponsor. Without your commitment and enthusiasm, this conference would not be possible. Thank you for your tireless effort in bringing this event to fruition. As we embark on this exciting journey, let us embrace the spirit of curiosity, collaboration, and creativity that define our field. I encourage each of you to engage actively, ask questions, and forge connection with your fellow attendees. This exchange of idea and perspective is what drives progress and enriches our collective understanding. In closing, I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring conference. May the discussion and discoveries of the coming days ignite new passion, foster meaningful collaboration, and advance our shared pursuit of mathematical excellence. Thank you, and let the InCIReSMa 2024 begin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rudy, for your speech. Now we're going to the second agenda, the first plenary session with Professor Dr. Alden Jack Edson and Professor Wanti Wijaya, PhD. We kindly invite our moderator for the first session of plenary, Mrs. Evangelista Palus Widiana, to join with us. For Mrs. Eva, time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Evangelista Palupi as the moderator of the first plenary session. It's such an honor to be here with you in InCIReSMa 2024. In this occasion, the first plenary session will talk about mathematics education. In this session, we have two distinguished professors that will join us today. The first one is Professor Alden Jackson Edson from Michigan State University, and also Professor Wanti Wijaya from Deakin University, Australia. Talking about mathematics, teaching and learning in 21st century, and the rapid growth of the technology, digital transformation is needed in this time. Thus, we are here to invite Professor Alden Jackson Edson from Michigan University. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Okay, it is a good morning from Surabaya, but I think it's a good night at USA, right?
It is, yes.
Okay, it is such an honor for us to have you here, Professor, to join our conference today. So I think it is a great opportunity for us all to learn from your talk about transitioning from print to digital curriculum materials, promoting collaboration for students and teachers. It is really needed for the teachers nowadays because the rapid growth of technology. But before that, Professor, please let me introduce yourself to the audience in a brief. So Professor Alden Jackson Edson is a professor in mathematics education, Michigan State University. He got a mathematics education title in Master of Mathematics Education and Doctor of Philosophy of Mathematics Education from Western Michigan University, Kalamazoo, Michigan. Now he is involving in as a research professor in Connected Mathematics project from 2016 until now. There are so much awards that he received, and also there are so much funded project that he got. The newest publication is about using evidence as a student's thinking as a resource in digital collaborative platform, special issue for journal in the Korean Society of Mathematical Education, series D, Research is Mathematical Education. Lesson learned for developing and enacting digital collaborative platform with an embedded problem-based mathematics curriculum. And the newest one is the Connected Mathematics. It is a book that published by Roncon, New York Lab Aids. Okay, without further ado, Professor, we are here to have you talk about the transitioning from print to digital curriculum materials for 30 minutes. After that, we are moving to the question and answer. And without further ado, please welcome Professor Alden Jackson Edson. The time is yours.
Good morning. First, I would like to thank Rudy and the conference organizers for the invitation to report on the curriculum development and research work we are doing at the Connected Mathematics Project. On a personal level, I'm very excited about the conference because there has been a recent surge of research from Indonesia related to the Connected Mathematics curriculum. At CMP, we monitor and track various research reports related to CMP. And so far today, we have over 550 published journal articles, book chapters, dissertations, and evaluation reports conducted by researchers. And my sense from the work in Indonesia is particularly interested around the Launch, Explore, Summarize instructional model that we use in Connected Mathematics. So I'm very interested in hearing more about the research that's going on from this conference. Today, I'm going to share with you the work we've been doing to transition from print to digital curriculum materials. Specifically, I'll focus on how we've been thinking about collaboration and how curriculum design and platform development contribute to promoting student and teacher collaboration. I have 3 goals for our time together. First, I'll report on some trends on digital curriculum materials and how we conceptualize collaboration with technology. Second, I'll situate our work within the context of the Connected Mathematics project and how we are developing a digital collaborative platform for students and teachers. And third, I'll share some examples from the classroom and report on some research findings. All right, let's jump into it. Today, there's an increasing number of resources available on the internet for students and teachers. Just as information technologies are reshaping almost every phase of contemporary scientific, technical, business, and personal life, they're challenging long-standard patterns of learning and teaching of mathematics. While many of the digital resources include lessons and activities, many publishers and education software companies are releasing comprehensive programs, digital platforms, and digital systems designed to supplement or supplant print textbooks. In the research literature, these technologies are called different things, from electronic textbooks to e-textbooks, to digital curriculum materials, to digital instructional materials, or even digital assessments. The digital systems extend beyond traditional notions of curriculum, instruction, or assessment and contain many existing and innovative digital features or resources. So advocates of digital curriculum argue for the potential advantages that are not possible, feasible, or efficient with print resources. These advantages include greater interactivity, greater individualization and customization, increase in varied social interactions, lower costs and greater accessibility, and assessment systems embedded that can make the digital materials more adaptive, that makes assessment data more actionable. However, our experience has indicated that when people have individual digital devices, their activity is likely more isolated with less interaction with others. In many mathematics classrooms, the activity in class, where every student has a digital device, tends to be more often procedure-based. And so this is the work that I'm really trying to take up. So existing research indicates that curriculum materials in a digital form focus students on mastery of skills, symbolic manipulation, or just don't take advantage of the technology. Understanding the design of the digital resources and their affordances is critically important for improving the teaching and learning of mathematics. For example, Chopin and colleagues provide a topology for analyzing digital curriculum materials in mathematics in terms of students' interactions with the programs, curriculum use and adaptation, and analysis of assessment systems, and they revealed two types of curriculum materials. One, digital individual learning programs, and two, digitized versions of traditional textbooks. More innovative features in their analysis contain mechanisms for teachers to differentiate instruction or to monitor student progress. They say the program has built-in communication features such as discussion boards, messaging systems, mailbox systems, and student dashboards that allow teachers to communicate assignments and other information to students in a more limited way for students to communicate with a teacher or with each other. In our approach at CMP, we focus on student use of technology to gain a deeper understanding of mathematics through collaboration and inquiry, reframing the way that technology is used for evaluative purposes. Collaborative inquiry is intrinsic with the ongoing endeavors to humanize mathematics teaching and learning, where interactions between students are encouraged around real-world applications of mathematical concepts. More importantly, students can engage in critical thinking, make mathematics more accessible, and build on mathematical thinking from diverse perspectives. So next, we're going to look at the CMP development of a digital platform, starting with the print curriculum. So the set of curriculum materials embedded in the digital platform that we developed is the Connected Mathematics Middle Grades Curriculum, Connected Mathematics 4. A growing body of research supports the theory that students make more sense of mathematics if concepts and skills are embedded or encoded with a contextualized problem. A problem-based curriculum focuses on student thinking and differs from other kinds of materials that use a transmission or direct instruction model in which students memorize facts and practice demonstrated procedures. The timeline in this slide shows the evolution of CMP since its beginning of the middle grades mathematics project in 1985. In 2016, we started working on a digital collaborative platform, and in this upcoming fall, the new version of Connected Mathematics 4, is released and available to schools. This slide shows the development process for the print curriculum materials. It includes extensive field testing in classrooms and feedback from students and teachers that inform the iterative versions of the materials. And this process was used, I should say, for all versions, each iteration of CMP, 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the previous slide, the same kind of process was used. So Connected Mathematics is a problem-based middle grades curriculum. This slide shows our overarching goal of the project that hasn't changed since its inception. In CMP, all students should be able to reason and communicate proficiently in mathematics. They should have knowledge of and skills in the use of vocabulary, forms of representation, materials, tools, techniques, and intellectual methods of the discipline of mathematics. This includes the ability to define and solve problems with reason, insight, inventiveness, and technical proficiency. And so this goal has guided the development of the print curriculum materials as well as the digital curriculum materials. Now, the bullets underneath this objective on the slide indicate the curriculum design principles at the highest level. These design principles remain constant for both the print and digital version as well. The authors of CMP argue that there's only a handful of big ideas in middle school mathematics for students to know. In CMP, these big ideas are important for both mathematics and statistics. These ideas get unpacked into problem situations, which provide the context for which students learn concepts, patterns, relationships, understanding, and skills in mathematics. This content gets sequenced in a series of connected problems, investigations, and units for each grade. And so in the United States, connected mathematics is grade 6, grade 7, and grade 8. On the left-hand side, important mathematical processes are also attended to as students engage in the mathematics. These include reasoning, sense-making, communicating, critiquing, modeling, and connecting. On the right-hand side, the mathematics problems are taught using the CMP instructional model of Launch, Explore, Summarize. This instructional model has been very popular and has been picked up by several other curriculum programs in mathematics. So since collaboration is operationalized through the Launch, Explore, Summarize instructional model, it's important to understand the extent to which students collaborate with each other. This slide shows the student and teacher roles during the Launch, Explore, and Summarize phases. CMP problems provide individual students and groups of students with opportunities to discover diverse solution paths, which in turn enrich collaborative problem solving in the class. Students collaborate and challenge each other as they seek solutions to the problems. They also begin to take ownership of the learning, and as a result, they develop deeper understanding, reasoning, and skills. Through both small group and whole class collaboration, students discuss different ways of mathematical thinking and abstract mathematical ideas and problem-solving strategies. So when small group discussion is combined with whole group discussion, students can enhance and solidify their mathematical understandings more effectively. In this dynamic exchange, new meanings of mathematics emerge, shaped both individually and collectively, and enrich the learning process. As a result, teachers and students take on these new roles. The teacher role shifts away from being one who does the mathematics to one who guides, questions, facilitates the students to do and make sense of mathematics. So in terms of the digital platform, we call it the CLUE platform, and CLUE stands for Collaborative Learning User Environment. And this is a slide showing our conception of what we thought the digital platform would look like back in 2016. It highlights at a high level the main components that we were envisioning. As you can see, collaborative space was at the heart of how we were thinking about supporting teachers and students. We've had 4 projects funded by the National Science Foundation. Each project contributes different aspects of the digital platform. 2 projects are complete, and we're at the end of the 3rd project right now, and we're in the middle of the 4th project. And so this slide kind of shows how different pieces of these different projects kind of contribute to the overall picture. Okay, so the development of the platform. The overarching methodological approach to the development is similar to the iterative process outlined in design research. The development is in partnership with Concord Consortium, which is a nonprofit education technology group in Massachusetts. They provide the support for the development coders and help support the design of the platform. Since 2016, we continue to meet weekly to discuss the design and development of the platform. Our process utilizes an agile development process. This process contrasts the conventional waterfall approach that is often used by for-profit companies and publishers, in which students and teachers have access to the product at the end of the development process. Our process is different. In the agile development process, design features are developed in small vertical chunks through iterative cycles of defining, building, testing, and refining. As we move forward in the development process, we scale up the features and extend their capabilities. As with the development of the print curriculum materials, teachers and students are integral throughout the entire process. So what does a CMP digital platform look like for students? So this slide highlights some of the features for students. Students can investigate the mathematics using the CMP STEM problem format. For students, they can access the resources on the left-hand side, and their digital notebook or workspace is located on the right-hand side. Students can develop their mathematics with a variety of tools in their notebooks, such as using graphs, tables, equations, number lines, drawings, uploading images, and more. Students can document, share, refine, publish, curate, and retrieve their work that moves back and forth between individual and shared spaces. This slide shows the 4-up view, where the work of each student in a group of 4 students that is in real time will update on their screens. This slide highlights some of the features for teachers. In the CMP digital platform, teachers can access curriculum materials, including the student edition, the teacher guide, and problem solutions. Using the teacher dashboard, which is linked to the student platform, teachers can monitor evidence of student thinking from individuals, groups, or the entire class in real time or after school. Teachers can select, highlight, and incorporate individual student work or group student work into the class workspace. They can create and send just-in-time supports to individuals, groups, or classes of students. And for teacher collaboration, teachers can collaborate with their colleagues in the building and school coaches to create resources, collaborate in the digital environment through network discussion, and support each other in planning, teaching, and reflecting processes. So now we're going to transition to highlight some research efforts and collaborative features in use. So each of these different research projects are guided by different research questions. This slide highlights some of the research efforts at a very high level. For every project, we rely on both quantitative and qualitative research methodologies. Data sources include classroom observations, classroom artifacts, computer screen recordings, student and teacher interviews, student and teacher surveys, learning log analytics from the digital platform, and as well as assessment data. The overarching methodological approach to our design research relies on a mechanism called conjecture mapping. Now, conjecture mapping distinguishes between 3 things: the design of the digital platform, the student and teacher enacted experiences within the classroom, and the outcomes associated with those experiences. So this slide offers distinctions among these 3 pieces. And the enacted experiences are processes that mediate the relationship between the design elements of the intervention as well as the outcomes associated with the classroom enactment. Now, with this framing, we can begin to generate useful conjectures for both theories of learning and principles of design. And these are referred to as design conjectures and theoretical conjectures. So through an iterative and emergent process, our research engages in these activities to identify 2 important kinds of findings useful for both development and research. One is the theoretical conjectures, which identify which of our student and teacher enacted experiences and processes evoke the kinds of outcomes we desire. And the other type is design conjectures, which describe which elements of our intervention or of the digital platform are important And what about that design brings about those mediating processes? Seen in this light, we can describe our research as successive refinement of a causal relationship map for enhancing the teaching and learning of mathematics in problem-based classrooms. So here's an example of a conjecture map from one of the projects. This is the teacher network collaboration. Now, through this conjecture mapping process, we repeat this iteratively across the project. We're continually refining our design and revising our theoretical conjectures and outcomes. As a direct result of this structured process, the final stage will result in these two outcomes. One, a grounded set of design conjectures. Typically, they're in the form of things like, if teachers engage in this activity structure with these tools through this discursive practice, then the mediating process will emerge. And we also get these theoretical conjectures, which take the form of something like, if this mediating process occurs, it will lead to these kinds of outcomes, drawn on the ongoing research and practice and supported by these multiple measures over time. These outcomes, both the design and theoretical conjectures, are useful to the field because they offer specific actionable patterns on which others can base future products, as well as justified theoretical foundations that can serve as a guide for grounding future hypotheses about teaching and learning mathematics. So this is just one example of the 4 different projects. There's similar kinds of things. One thing I will note here is that in participant structures, the launch, explore, summarize is really a common theme in each of these different projects. And so that's kind of what made the collaboration really salient for this talk. Okay, so we're going to look at a couple different examples to highlight how the research works. So in the first example, we're going to look at a launch video of a mathematics problem. Now, prior to this clip, the teacher had done some work in the digital platform, both in terms of planning for the problem, for teaching the problem, using the digital platform, as well as drawing on the resources and the collaborative features. Now, the teacher engages in this clip in 3 different practices that highlight how they've facilitated this whole class collaboration. The first couple of minutes reintroduces the problem context and the digital platform from the previous day. Then the next few minutes discuss important features of the graphs, tables, and equations that relate to the learning goal of the problem. And then finally, the last minute sets the norms and directions for exploring the problem. So hopefully this plays.
Yesterday, do you remember our brothers from yesterday? Some of you weren't here, so this is your first time meeting our brothers, Henri and Emile. What do we remember about yesterday's problem that we were doing? Yeah. Nope, Emile is the older brother. He had the faster walking rate. He's walking at 2.5 meters per second. What else do we remember about yesterday? Yeah. All right, so the younger brother is the slower brother. He walks 1 meter per second, but he gives him a head start of 45 meters. Anything else we remember from yesterday? Is that a hand? No. Yeah, chance. Yeah, when should the end of the race be, right? Because we wanted the younger brother to win, but just by a little. Yesterday, what some of us started to do is make some tables and or make some graphs, or maybe some of us used equations. This is what I'm going to have available for you today to copy into your workspace. 1, if you were absent yesterday. 2, if you want one of these things. So when we look at this table, this is somebody that made this table yesterday. If you notice, they kind of go by 10 seconds, and then they start to go by, they go by 5, and then 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Is that okay to do? Yes. Yes? No? Okay, in a table, you can go by whatever you want. Could I do that on the graph? If I spaced them out the right spacing, right? But I couldn't go, because this is on your checkup, not many of you, which is good. I'm glad not many of you did this. I can't go like 1, 2, 3, 100, like 100, 120, 100. I have to make sure it's spaced correctly, right? So good. But technically in a table, you can put whatever values. You technically don't even need to go in order. It's nice to do that, right? It might hurt your eyes if I go 0, 10, 30, 5, 7. But I can put whatever numbers I want in a table. A table is just a list. So, and if you notice, here is Emil's walking rate. Remember, he goes 2.5 meters per second. Henri gets that head start. That's why he's starting at 45. He goes 1 meter per second. And this is where they noticed, okay, at 30 seconds, they're both at 75. That's where they would tie. So we would want the race to be a little bit less than that. I also have the graph for you to copy into your workspace if you want to have it. Again, looking at Emil, would we say that Emil's relationship, is it linear? Yes. Is it proportional? Yes, because it starts at 0. Henri, is it linear? Yes. Is it proportional? No, because he gets that head start. Okay. Yeah, we started to talk about that word slope, and we're actually going to get that idea of slope or rate of change even more strongly today. And we're going to really eventually today, if we have enough time, really start to focus on the equations, how to write them and what they mean. So some of us yesterday said, I could write this equation for Henri. Who can tell me why this fits Henri's story? Why does this fit Henri's story? Yeah, Gabriel? Okay. We add 45 on to whatever his walking rate is, we would add that 45 on because he gets that head start. More that you want to add, Emma?
Since he walks 1 meter for 45 seconds, you don't have to multiply, you just add the time in.
Okay, because he's just walking 1 meter every second, it's always the time is just how far he's walked. If we go 10 seconds, he's walked 10 meters. So that's why we're not multiplying. Technically, we're multiplying by what? 1, which we don't write because we want to save our pencil lead. It's always nice when you're writing equations to double check that they work with like your table, right? 10 plus 45, yep, that's 55. 45 plus 30, yep, that's 75. Okay, who can explain why this is a good equation for Emil's? Yeah, Amir?
2.5 is like he walks 2.5 meters in 1 second.
So I'm going to stop the video right there because I think we have a good sense for where they're going about. And just soon they're going to open it up and let students work in their small groups. Now, I also want to show you a brief clip of what the explore phase looked like, where students are working in small groups. This slide is a screenshot of a video composed of different videos that are synchronized. So let me provide some context for this clip. So there's 4 different quadrants here that you'll see in the video. 3 quadrants are computer screen recordings from 3 of the 4 students in the group. 1 computer had issues recording, and so that's why we don't have the 4th one. And then at the lower part of the screen for each of these quadrants, you actually see the webcam from the computer showing what the computer sees. And so you can see the students. The 4th quadrant is also synchronized to the other 3 videos that are synchronized. And this shows the perspective from the classroom video camera that's kind of capturing the entire group. And so you can actually see their physical ways that they're interacting with each other and with the computer. Now, this is kind of a typical kind of setup for how we collect data in the classroom. So the other part I want to point out is if you look at the screens, it doesn't look like the platform that I showed you earlier because this clip actually comes from early in the project. So the features are not as extensive as the platform is today. The purpose really is to show you how students typically interact with each other when they all have a laptop computer in front of them. And this video clip is much shorter. So here we go.
Okay. How is that the same about you guys?
So in the clip, you can kind of see the 4 students interacting with each other, having conversations. And the one student is kind of explaining why they're looking at the function rules for whether or not it becomes similar figures. And the previous day, they were looking at coefficients of x and y and determining whether or not they were produce similar shapes. And today, the lesson was all about, well, what happens if the function rule has a +2 or a -3 attached to it? Do those produce similar shapes? Okay, some findings. So findings of our research indicated that teachers displayed student-generated work on the classroom projection screen, which could provide students with opportunities to compare and connect different strategies and unpack the embedded mathematical ideas. In the video clip, we saw this done with student work from the curriculum materials and from students' work in the platform. The teacher's emphasis on multiple strategies was consistent across problems in our data. We found that access to students' thinking in a digital platform allowed them to resource each other's mathematical work to support problem solving. Teachers pointed out the convenience of displaying student work during whole class discussion. As one of the teachers compared it to the print environment, they said, it was easier and better to show student-created work for these problems. It was quick and easy to display and click through different student artifacts that they wanted to show. Student access enabled teachers to resource student work during whole class discussions more equitable and in a visually accessible way. This can help students and teachers create a classroom community that shares ownership as they collaboratively develop meanings of mathematical ideas. This contrasts paper and pencil classrooms where teachers would need to collect student notebooks on a regular basis to access student work, but it still does not allow teachers to look at all the student thinking at the same time in real time or as needed to make instructional decisions. Our findings indicated that students in small groups influence each other's problem-solving process by using the collaborative features embedded in the platform. Even though students could instantaneously copy each other's work, they seemed to believe that these features were to support individuals' learning rather than having the right answer and getting things done. Students used the 4-up view to gain ideas on which they could build their own solution strategies because they thought that the problem could be solved by many different approaches. One student described the benefit of using the platform was getting inspiration from each other. The student said, in the digital platform, you get a lot of different thoughts and different methods, and you can get inspiration from each other's work. When you're going off on different methods, it's kind of like you're working individually, but then for the one you share and all those different methods, You just got more inspiration for the text. Teachers monitored all groups' workspaces and planned to showcase student work during the summary discussion. In different classrooms, students produced and refined their work in different phases of the lesson, depending on the teacher's practices in the classroom community. That is, the flexibility of the digital platform allowed teachers to incorporate student work into the daily teaching practices in their own ways. So, in conclusion, the research team is unaware of other mathematics curriculum that purposely leverage digital technologies for high-level collaboration. The philosophy and design of the CMP materials prioritizes collaboration, which necessitated a careful examination of all possible resources that could be incorporated into the platform. The design principles of the digital collaborative platform focus supporting the teaching and learning of mathematics through the Launch, Explore, Summarize model. These design decisions led to changes in the enacted experiences within CMP classrooms, resulting in enhanced teaching and learning of mathematics. Individual, collaborative, and classroom artifacts created by students and their teachers are elevated in the digital platform. In this way, the resulting digital collaborative environment provides students and teachers with a more egalitarian environment than paper pencil classrooms in which conventional print materials drive the enactment decisions. So I thank you, and I think there's time for questions.
Thank you so much, Professor Adson. Dear our honorable audience, it's time for the question and answer. If you have any question, you can raise hand and ask directly to Professor Adson, or you also may write it down in the chat box. Please feel free to ask the question. While waiting for the question, Professor, it is a really inspiring project, I think. It is nice to see the teachers and students fully engaged in the activities with the digital materials. I think it is a wonderful work to do, because in here, sometimes the teacher doesn't really know how to work with the technology itself. Maybe you can also share what did you do to make the teacher can scaffold the students with the digital materials by the questions.
Yeah, so, we started the project in 2016, and it was before COVID. So we had face-to-face professional learning with the teachers, and then COVID happened. And so in the United States, students during COVID, a lot of students worked from home and everything went to online teaching. And it kind of worked out well for the teachers and students because the platform will allow the teachers and students to see each other's work. And so during COVID, our professional learning model went to more of an online professional support where we worked more individually with the teachers in the projects. One of the things that we did do was create what we call a problem zero, which is a problem in the digital platform where they don't focus on the mathematics, but they focus on using the platform. Over the years, the platform has more and more features, and so it's a little bit more, it takes a little bit more time to get acclimated to all the features. So problem zero really was a useful tool because teachers could then have students log into the system and explore the platform. And I would always kind of encourage students to say, try to break the system, try to click on everything, figure everything out. And then teachers would have conversations using the Launch, Explore, Summarize model, where during the summary, students would report out what they did, what they learned, what new tricks they found, and any issues that they came across. And so teachers in our classrooms really didn't have to have a lot of technical knowledge about the features because students were so naturally proficient in using the technology. They came to it more. teachers really had to pay attention more about the kinds of things about the problem, student thinking in the problem, what kinds of questions. And so the kind of support for teachers was very similar in that way to professional learning in the print classroom.
Thank you, Professor. Now in here we have questions. The first one is from Prof. Abadi. According to your findings, how about students' comprehension? You may respond to this first, Professor.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
According to your findings, how about the students' comprehension?
So that's a good question. There's a couple different findings that relate to that. One is in terms of the assessments that teachers would do, they would find that the students were just as proficient as they typically would have been. It's a little tricky because implementation varied drastically from class to class. And the other issue that we had was also with COVID related to what it looked like in terms of implementation. Each classroom looked completely different. But teachers would report to us things that their scores were better, that they actually found collaboration in print units. So teachers had the choice to use the digital one day or the print another day. They had the freedom to choose whether or not to do digital or print. By no means is this digital platform mean that every day is a digital day. And so, but teachers found that students worked better in groups when they did paper or pencil after they had the digital experience, because that digital experience helped to bring the groups of students together. So from a perspective of learning, bringing the groups together more, having students feel comfortable revealing their ideas, sharing their thinking, really kind of enrich that environment so that more students could learn the mathematics and the big ideas.
Thank you, Professor Alden. How about it, Professor Abadi? Do you have still any questions? Okay, I think that's a clear answer, right? Now we also have another question. Please, Bu Yuriska. You can ask your question directly.
Okay. Does my sounds clear? Does my voice sounds clearly?
Yes, it is.
Okay. For prospective mathematics teacher, it can be challenging to create problem for the connected mathematics project. How can we train this future teacher to develop effective problem for CMP, and what are the characteristics of problem in CMP? Thank you.
So whether it's new teachers that are new to CMP, or whether it's pre-service teachers in our teacher education programs, the CMP kind of philosophy and approach has always been that teachers need to experience the curriculum problems as if they were students. And then that's the first kind of experience. So we would always facilitate professional learning around the teachers to actually do the problem themselves in groups. We model the launch, explore, summarize, just as if teachers are students. And then after they kind of have that experience of going through the launch, explore, summarize as wearing the student hat, then we say to them, okay, now let's step back and put a teacher hat on and think about what you just experienced from that. So what were the kinds of moves that the facilitators were doing to kind of support you as students to go through that process? So the first step really is experience it as students. Then we debrief that same situation wearing a teacher hat. And then there's really a third phase there, which is really your teaching is always a collaborative thing too. So then we always have this third piece about reflecting on student thinking, having conversations with their colleagues. Now, in terms of the digital platform, I think the same kind of approach will work there, except for instead of experiencing the problem in a paper pencil context, you would want to have the experience also of experiencing it in that using the digital platform.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Alden. How about this, Bu Yuriska? Do you still have any questions?
How about the assessment technique that can we use for CMP?
Can you say more about that?
What kind of assessment technique that can we use as a teacher if we want to implement a CMP?
So we have, it's a very good question. We have a framework which we communicate to teachers around assessment, specifically assessment for learning or formative assessments, and really kind of unpacks the kind of work that happens in the teacher's role during the launch, explore, summarize around getting information around your students at the individual level. And so our framework, you can find it on our website, kind of unpacks the process of getting information around your students, making sense of that information, and then making decisions to help improve students' thinking around those ideas. Now, we always think about formative assessment or assessment for learning in context of the mathematics. Some approaches to assessment are kind of more general, but we can only think of it in CMP as it relates to actual specific mathematics. So what is it about student thinking about proportional reasoning? What is it about student thinking around using unit rates or scaling up or down? What is it specifically around those ideas that we can target, have a better sense for, and support students? We also have more summative assessment things. Unique to CMP, though, is one of these, so we have check-ins, we have unit assessments, but unique to CMP is something called a partner quiz. And so we actually have a summative assessment that can be used formatively as well. After one of the investigations in the unit where students actually work individually a little bit on the quiz, and then they can work in pairs or in small groups on the same assessment. And so if we value collaboration for students for learning, and we think it's important, then we should also value it as important for our assessment. And so I'm not aware of any other curriculum or project that actually has collaborative assessments, but we do, and we use that in CMP.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Edson. Discussing about digital transformation in education is never enough only in short time. So there are still several questions. However, the time is already over. So is it okay if we reach to you by email, through this email, if we want to discuss more about the digital curriculum materials and also maybe the research collaboration? Is that okay?
Yeah, and I would love to hear from people about how they're thinking about or using CMP. So feel free to reach out to me. I would love to hear it. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor. As a token of appreciation, we have a certificate of appreciation. Thank you so much for joining us in the InCIReSMa 2024. Hope to see you next year. Thank you so much, Professor Alden.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the next keynote speakers. Already joined us, Professor Wanti Wijaya from Deakin University, Australia. Good morning, Prof. Wanti Wijaya.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good
Hear me?
morning, Prof. Wanti. Yeah?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you clearly in here.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. Before we are talking about the digital curriculum materials, Prof. Wanti, now actually in the 21st century learning is not only technology that become the challenge, but also how to make it mathematics connected to another discipline, right? So in here we are delighted to invite you to talk about developing primary teacher adaptive expert in teaching interdisciplinary mathematics and science. But before that, let me introduce you to the audience first. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Wanti Wijaya is the Professor of Education in the Mathematics Education Department, Deakin University, Australia. She is also the Associate Head of School International and Engagement, School of Education, Faculty of Art and Education, Deakin University, Australia. Professor Wanti Wijaya is also the adjunct professor in Universitas Negeri Surabaya for the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences. There are many publications and referred journals that she wrote, mostly in mathematics education and interdisciplinary teaching. If I have to read it all, then the time is not enough, I think. Her teaching areas is about curriculum study modules, teaching and learning primary mathematics and secondary mathematics. Okay, Professor Wanti Wijaya, you have time 30 minutes, and then we are going to move the question and answer. For the audience, you may write down your answer in the chat box. You also can ask directly by raising hand in the question and answer session. Okay, Professor, without further ado, the time is yours, Professor.
Yeah, okay. All right. Can I share my screen? Is that, can you see my screen?
Yes, it is, Professor Wanti Wijaya.
Okay, I'll just make it full screen.
Okay.
So thank you for the invitation to be part of the conference today. So my presentation topic for today is actually talking about our current, my current Australian Research Council project. So that's with so many other people, as you can see in the slides here. So the project is actually working on how can we develop primary teachers' adaptive expertise in teaching across interdisciplinary mathematics and science. So that's the topic for today. So I would like to begin by connecting it to the theme of the conference. I think in the conference theme, they mention about the sustainable development goals, and looking at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I think the current topic that I'm presenting today really relates to goal number 4, which is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, because we know primary school teachers play a key role in supporting the foundational development of children in early years in the primary school context, so that they can develop that sort of like love and passion for maths and science. So the context of the problem, again, coming back to the importance of equipping young people with the knowledge and skills that enable them to be able to critically analyze, problem solve, and innovate solutions to real world problems or challenges. So that skills actually require students to be able to connect the different cross-disciplinary knowledge and skills, not just like learning maths from the textbook. That's not going to be very helpful when you graduate from schools and you go to university. After you finish your university, you want to apply for jobs. So the job for the future requires really young people to develop that knowledge that across disciplines. We know interdisciplinary approaches is not something new. So, it actually has been around or advocated for a while. And also research has shown that, learning through interdisciplinary way actually allows students to engage in deeper learning and enhance engagement, especially when research look at students who are considered as like low performing or not very academically inclined. So learning through approaches that is more hands-on, that really engage them in the solving the problem in the real world context, enhance their engagement. I think some of students who are probably academically inclined, they can learn, in the traditional way, respective of the approaches. But we are also realizing that, this is the challenges, I think, for interdisciplinary approaches, is that still at the current time, the traditional school curriculum, especially in secondary, primary, probably there's a little bit more room for teachers to connect different disciplines. And I'm aware that in Indonesia as well, some curriculum actually encourage students to learn in a thematic way. So that encourages, students to connect different disciplines. Also, I was involved in the realistic maths education many years ago in Indonesia, that also encouraged students to actually, see the use of mathematics in everyday context and make connections to different disciplines. But that is still a challenge, I guess, in general, that the curriculum structure especially in secondary schools is very disciplinary focused, and that encourages teachers probably to teach in silos and doesn't encourage teachers to work together in a more interdisciplinary way. So those are the current sort of like state of play and the prior research in that area, in that field of study. So I think the other context is that, or the other challenges based on the earlier research, identify that, often teachers feel when they are teaching in interdisciplinary way, that content becomes an add-on, or they have to prepare more and then have to do a lot more planning because that's not the current form of teaching. So that is a challenge, even with our current projects, is actually to get the buy-in from the schools to see that, this is a fruitful approach and that can lead to deeper learning of mathematics as well as science. And we know that it's actually challenging also for teachers, not just for students. So when we talk about adaptive expertise, often we use this analogy of the sushi chefs, because the notion of adaptive expertise was initially introduced by Hatano and Inagaki, so the Japanese scholars, and they contrast the two types of expertise. One is routine expertise, and the other one is adaptive expertise. So when we think about routine expertise, we think about, like, if we use the sushi chef analogy, to become a sushi chef, they have to practice, and then develop that very skillful way of making sushi. But like, if they're doing it routinely, they can be very efficient and very good at creating the traditional type of sushi. But adaptive expertise or adaptive experts mean that they are keen to innovate and try to find different ways of creating, new menus, and that is sort of like in analogy way to kind of contrast the routine and adaptive expertise. So I mentioned the earlier foundational work of Hatano and Inagaki. So you can find, if you Google the paper, you can find that they're talking about that two type of expertise. So if we look at the characteristics of the distinct characteristics between routine and adaptive expertise. I won't read it in detail, you can see in the slides, but there are intersections. So there are overlaps between the two types of expertise. So basically, the key distinction is with the adaptive expertise, you can see the innovation aspect or the innovative approaches to learning and in the case of teachers, obviously learning and teaching, and also you can see that with adaptive expert it's more transferable across diverse contexts and involve more creativity. But in an adaptive expertise actually do have highly developed declarative and procedural knowledge. So it doesn't mean that like when you're adaptive expert, you don't have the procedural knowledge. So and also the efficiency aspect is also in the intersections. So as I mentioned before, the key barriers for teachers, I think, in teaching in interdisciplinary way is actually the disciplinary silos in the school curriculum. Okay, I'm sorry if my talk is parting. So I hope it's not too disruptive. So coming back to the project that I'm going to share today. So the project aims is actually to improve theoretical and practical understanding of the nature and development of primary teachers' adaptive expertise. We're focusing only on two key areas in mathematics and science, and that's because of the key personnel or the key researchers have the expertise in mathematics education and science education. So those are the two research questions. I won't read it. I'll let you read it. So the first one is actually looking at how we can develop the adaptive expertise of primary teachers and how can we characterize those adaptive expertise in terms of the different components and levels, and then how they develop over time in terms of because the way we work with the teachers, we actually invite teachers to co-plan, co-teach, and co-reflect together. So looking at again, going back to the routine and adaptive expertise, we often refer to this framework or a model of adaptive expertise by Bransford et al., which kind of like explain the notion of adaptive expertise into dimensional you're looking at the characteristics of innovation and efficiency. And when you have an adaptive expert, that is they're actually highly innovative, but also highly efficient. And you can see the contrast with the routine experts in this diagram quite easily, the difference. So I think the aims of the project is to be able to make that meaningful connections between maths and science for the benefits of the students, and also develop that adaptive expertise across the two disciplinary area. Looking at the framework, we in our project we used Yoon's et al. Framework, which actually identify or distinguish three different components of adaptive expertise. So the first one is the flexibility, and then the second one is deep level of understanding and deliberate practice. So when we look at flexibility, we look at how teachers how teachers are able to plan and adjust their enactment or their teaching faster than non-experts. Like if there's any, for example, unexpected moment in the classroom, they're able to adjust the teaching to meet or address the unexpected moments. So that's the flexibility. Obviously ties into flexibility. In order to be able to be flexible, teachers need to have that deep level level of understanding of the domain that they're teaching, so the content knowledge that they need to have, as well as the pedagogical content knowledge. So in this project, because it's interdisciplinary maths and science, we hope that the teachers are actually be able to share that knowledge of maths and science in a deeper level and understand that in planning and teaching the lesson sequence. And the deliberate practice is actually when teachers receive feedback and then reflect on their teaching, they can then shift their practice based on those feedback and reflection. In terms of methodology, we are using design-based research, and the project actually was approved in 2021, but because of the COVID restriction in Melbourne, we couldn't really do any data collection, so we postponed it until 2022. And then, the teachers actually, before they start teaching the lesson sequence, we had the pre-workshop, and then they implement one lesson sequence, and then they had the post-workshop, and then the following year they try another lesson sequence. So for the purpose of time for this presentation, I'll be sharing one of the lesson sequence and looking at a case study of 2 schools. Another innovative features of this project is we use the 360 cameras, and probably many of you or some of you are aware of the use of the 360 camera. So if you Google, maybe you will be able to see examples of the use of the 360 camera. Basically, the camera allow the teachers, after we recorded with 360 camera, and then once the video recording was rendered, then the teachers, when they reflect on the lesson, they can actually move the video to focus on the different students or different groups, and that allows them to actually focus on a particular students that they might not be interacting in intense way during the lessons. So it allows teachers to actually look at the classroom in a wider sense. We also have the video survey questionnaire for teachers before they started the project. So the video survey instrument was developed prior to the project with another group of teachers. So this is an example of the screenshot and the description of the questionnaire. Okay, and the teachers, when they completed the video survey instruments, they actually have a multiple choice options, and then they can respond and elaborate further using audio responses. So we map the questions according to the different component of adaptive expertise and the different disciplines as well. This is to give you a brief overview of the lesson sequence, and there are 3 lessons in one sequence, and I think in both schools, the teachers or the school's teachers decided to run it over 4 lessons instead of 3 lessons, because it involves like data collections and experiments for the students, so it takes a little bit more time than what was anticipated or planned. So the lesson sequence focuses on, the notions of, or the concept of heart rate in the science and the human adaptation, basically the science concepts of human adaptations. And if we look at the maths content area, it will be, students will be learning about, percentages increase, but also fractions, ratio, and percentage, decimals, and proportional thinking, basically, and average to some level, to some extent for students in the higher grade. So for today's presentation, I will be talking about the case study of 2 schools. So one school is the school in Melbourne. It's a small school, and there are 2 teachers who participated in the lesson. They're teaching basically grade 4, not for this lesson sequence, they're focusing on grade 4. And then the other school is a school in Geelong. Actually, we have 5 teachers, but we are looking on a group of 3 teachers who are co-planning and co-teaching together. These are the experiences related to the teachers. You can read it in your time. So in planning for the lesson sequence, so for all the schools, the teacher actually had a meeting with the researchers in planning the lessons, and we have the lesson sequence kind of like pre-planned, and then the teachers have access to those lesson sequence, but then they are expected to actually adapt it to the learning needs of the students. And as you can see, and we noticed as well with the implementation of the lesson sequence, they did adapt it because school A, for example, they're teaching a year 4 class. So they make the decisions to actually simplify the mathematics, for example, by excluding the notion of average, because they are worried that that's a little bit beyond the students' kind of like curriculum expectations and capacity to engage in the lesson sequence. They are also doing something that is not in the planning. For example, the teachers get students to do this, what is it called? They get the students to actually complete and identify the different things that happen when they are doing the experiment. What happened to your body? How do you feel? And that's sort of like because the school have a very strong emphasis or focus on students' well-being. In school B, for instance, because they are a higher year level, when they're exploring the notion and the concept, they are also include the conversations about average, and the discussion will include, for instance, the connections to decimals, which was not discussed in the other school. So when they both they enacted the lesson sequence, they taught the lesson sequence. This is an example of how the teachers actually get the students to come up and then did the experiment of marching together or walking together for how many minutes, and then they measured together at the beginning their heart rates, and then they focus a lot on the discussions on accuracy and efficiency. So for instance, the teachers will instruct the students to make sure that they actually have some time to to lower their heart rate by calm breathing exercise, doing the calm breathing to make sure that the heart rate goes back to normal before they do another activity that, because they want to test whether or not they can increase the heart rate by 50%. So in terms of flexibility, the teachers, that was evident when the teachers actually introduced different ways of calculating the beat per minute. So in the whole class discussion, the teacher asked the students, what is the notion, what is their understanding of beats per minute, right? And then the students also, how many different ways of measuring heart rate. And you can see in the picture, there are different ways of measuring heart rate. And then when it comes to calculating the heart rate or beats per minute, they're talking about, they can calculate every 30 seconds and then multiply it by 2. If they calculate for 15 seconds, they can multiply it by 6. And then they also discuss what is the challenges for them. And they notice that if they're calculating in 30 seconds, it's a bit long, and often they lost concentration, and it becomes maybe less accurate in terms of measuring the beats per minute. In the other school, the teacher actually did it outside the classroom, and then get students outdoor and then do the calculations and then test it how they can calculate. For example, if the students BPM is 96, then what is the increase of 50% looks like for students. So for school A, because they are lower year level, what happened is that both teachers in the school did a little bit more scaffolding. So when they talk, before they introduced 50% increase, or they talk about what does it mean by 100%, and they're using actually a connection back to fractions. So they're talking about whole fractions, like and then half and a quarter, and they give an example or walk through the example with the student. So they, as I mentioned, they'll leave out the average discussion, and then in school B, they included that. in school A, there is a strong focus on the science inquiry process. So for instance, the teacher actually create a performa where students have to write down the hypothesis and then, the materials and the procedure for another group to follow. So what happened is then, each group then will follow different stations and they will go to another group's activity and then they will follow the procedure and then they write down their heart rate before the procedure and then after the procedure and they're testing it. In school B, for example, this is the questions and the connections to the science focus that the teacher discussed in lesson 3, which is focusing on the human adaptation and connecting the science and the maths. So these are some of the questions, how they can the students can be facilitated or can be supported to learn or make connections between science and maths. So this is another example of another group and how they work together in creating the hypothesis and writing the procedures for another group. And then when they visited another group, they also have to kind of like reflect and respond it and say that whether or not when they trial the experiment, they get the 50% increase as predicted by the group. The teachers also reflected after the lesson. So these are some examples of the reflections from the teachers from school A that look at the, the importance of scaffolding for the lower year level. And the teachers were quite purposeful when they formed the group because they wanted at least one person in the group was able to write down the procedure quite clearly. So that was intentional by the teacher. So the other teacher reflecting on, the importance of actually having that discussions and opportunities for students to consider the different ways of measuring the heart rate and the importance of focusing on the accuracy, for instance. And they notice also that for some students, finding their heart rate, for example, is quite challenging when they use like their wrist or they, even the neck. Some children find it very difficult to feel their pulse. So when we look at the balance between, deep level teaching for deep level of understanding in mathematics and science and the interdisciplinary connections, obviously there are some challenges from the teachers. So one of the challenges is the time constraint, and that's quite common across all the schools, the teachers from all the schools. So this is just sort of like the highlights or the examples that we took out to highlight the challenges that the teachers mentioned during the reflection or interviews. And also the lack of curriculum alignment between the key concept in maths and science. Because when we look at the maths curriculum, for example, ratio is only taught in the Australian curriculum in year 7, for instance. So there is that gap between the maths concept and the science concepts. I think they're also finding it quite challenging to actually cater for students from the different ability group. In school B, for instance, the teachers found that they were quite surprised that there's the students in year 6 was still quite challenging in finding their heart rate and also, calculating some, doing the calculations of 50% increase, for instance. For us as a project team, we found that the methodology of having teachers to co-design and co-teaching on co-reflections together, doing the co-reflections together in the lesson sequence, which focuses on inquiry, teaching and learning, actually offers teachers opportunities to develop that adaptive expertise. We learned that, for example, in school A, they don't have the culture of co-teaching, so that is quite new for school A. Whereas in school B, they actually have that embedded in the school culture because the teachers are teaching in the open space where the 3 teachers are co-teaching together, and that's part of their normal practice. But obviously with videoing, there's another challenge of capturing the conversation and the interaction with the open plan classroom. The deep level of understanding is we feel that is linked to teachers' capacity and confidence to innovate. And for a few teachers, that is they do acknowledge that they have low confidence in teaching in interdisciplinary way, and that you can actually see in the implementation as well that they are less comfortable, for instance. Flexibility and deliberate practice are evident when the teachers are faced with a different situation, like, when they have to respond in the moment, for example. And I think we talked about earlier about the challenges, the time constraint, and the lack of curriculum alignment. So before I finish, I just want to share one of the latest publication that we just got up published this year, and I think it's an open access. So if you Google, then you will be able to find this article in the InCIReSMa Journal of Mathematics, Science, and Technology Education, especially if you're interested in our way of developing a video stimulated questionnaire about teachers' adaptive expertise in interdisciplinary maths and science teaching. In this paper, we will you can see the process of developing and the kind of like the triangulation process and the validation process among the research team members. So this is our research team. As you can see, it involves so many universities. So Mandy is at RMIT. So Colin is at Monash University. Jan is at Melbourne University, and myself, Li Hua, Joe, and Lam are from Deakin, and then Jeannie is also from Monash, but now moved to RMIT because she's employed to work with Nandi. So I think that's it from me today. Thank you so much for listening, and I do hope that we can have some conversation, and I welcome any questions and feedback. So I'll give the time back to Mbak Eva. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Wanti, for the very wonderful presentation. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the question and answer. If you have any question, you may raise your hand and ask directly to Prof. Wanti Wijaya. You may also write it down in the chat box. While waiting for the question, Prof. Wanti, I'm interested in your highlighted that it is really neat. We as a teacher and researcher, we have to collaborate in co-design and co-teach. I think that's a important element in teaching interdisciplinary mathematics, because without it, it is really difficult to connect mathematics with other field of study, because maybe the limitation of the teacher knowledge itself. Okay, Prof. Wanti Wijaya, in here we already have several questions. The first one is from Pak Sofan Fianga. According to my experience, the problem is that finding a proper math and science topic is quite difficult. Is there any specific feature that can be used to choose the topic in mathematics? You may respond to it first, Prof.
Okay, thank you. That's a good question, actually, because it does require teachers to be able to see how they can connect mathematics, especially to start from mathematics. Like when we look at articles and all the projects in STEM, often they begin, or the starting point is often from the science context, and then maths becomes an add-on. So in this lesson, we do want to actually help the students to see the connections between maths and science, and then we do want to make sure that the maths is featured quite strongly. So the other lesson sequence, for example, look at the journey through space, when the students have to measure the diameters of the different planets, and then think about the distance between different planets, for instance. So how do we start? I think I guess we have to, in terms of mathematics, when we look at fractions, and for instance, that's one of the topic that are often looked. We can start by like understanding how mathematics is used in everyday life, I think. So for instance, ratio proportional thinking, there's so many applications of that in mathematics. And for instance, cooking, or like, architecture, like, when you're building things and designing things, definitely you have to use proportional thinking. So if we identify those kind of like connection with real life, definitely there's room for us to bring in technology, for instance, if we want to talk about architecture and engineering, for instance, the connection to design. But if we want to talk about the connections to cooking, then maybe, the food technology aspect can comes in. So I guess we do have to think about the applications of maths, and then think of the topic that do have that strong connections. Obviously, calculus have a lot of applications in everyday life, but that's more advanced. So in primary school, you might want to start from like fractions or proportional thinking, or statistics is another common topic that you can easily find connections through science, for instance, if you're doing a data collections, and yeah. So that sort of thinking, I think, will help teachers to be able to find connections to maths and science, for instance. We usually start by looking at the curriculum, and then try to find the topic that aligns quite closely between maths and science, and then find a context that allows us to bring the two disciplines together. Thank you. I hope that answers the question, Pak Shofan.
How about it, Pak Sofan? Is that already answer your questions?
Yeah, thank you. So at least we should start to find the mathematics topic that have at least the realistic the application that can be integrated into the other like science, and then like the engineering and technology.
Yes,
And
yes.
we have no other option that we should like having more experience in this
Hands-on,
STEM
yeah,
application.
hands-on
Yeah.
experience. And also I think there's so many published projects, right? So I think if you're unsure, I think always start with maybe looking at the research publications, and then you can get adapted to the local context in Indonesia. Like the other, if you want to connect it, for example, to children's literature, there's other projects who look at the use of children's literature in mathematics. But so it doesn't have always to be connected to science and STEM area, but it can be connected to literature and humanities in a broader sense as well. So, but STEM is the obvious connections, obviously, like a lot more connections to STEM. But yeah, there are many research projects that also talk about the connections between maths and literature, for example.
Yeah, I see. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Sofan and Bu Wanti. Now we also have one question more from Ibu Amelia Devianti Putri. Ibu Amelia, do you want to ask the question directly? Or maybe I can read it. So the question is, how can teachers' adoption of instructional strategies influence students' engagement and understanding in interdisciplinary mathematics and science lesson? You may respond to it, Prof. Wanti.
Yeah. Thank you. That's another good question. So we noticed that when, because I observed the classroom when the teachers implemented in the school in Melbourne, you see that according to the teachers, some students, they were quite surprised, like some students who usually don't engage, because when you teach maths and science separately, what we learned from my previous project as well is that often students come with a previous or preconceived understanding that they're either good or bad in mathematics. Like, they seems to have developed that kind of like understanding or perception, which is not what we as a teachers and teacher educator try to break the barrier and perception. We want every student and every child to think that they're capable of mathematics rather than they think that they're good or bad. But I think the teachers realize that when we did sequence like this, students who usually tend to think that they are not very good in maths or they are less engaged in maths, they become more engaged because I think, they have to work with their peers to design an experiment, and then they have to trial it, and they have to collect data and then test it and then think together in solving the problem. So I think that is one way to improve the engagement. We didn't do any kind of like assessment in this project, so we actually don't have the data to support saying that to respond to say that the understanding in terms of content of maths or science has improved after the project, for instance, because we didn't do any kind of like pre and post test to check whether or not the understanding of maths and science improved. But we can see anecdotally from the data collections, from the level of engagement in the classroom, that it does impact the engagement. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Wanti Wijaya. I do believe that there are many questions about teaching interdisciplinary mathematics, because nowadays STEM is also become a hot topic. However, the time is already over. So is it okay for us if we want to discuss more about the interdisciplinary mathematics? We can reach to you through the email?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you, Mbak Eva. And I'm sorry that I'm running behind the schedule.
Okay. As the token of appreciation, we have a certificate of award in here. Thank you so much for becoming the part of InCIReSMa 2024, Prof. Wanti Wijaya. Hope to have a collaboration with you more in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the invitation, and all the best for the rest of the conference. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the session 1, the first session of the plenary session, the plenary. Thank you so much for the active participation. Now I give it back to the MCs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Eva, for leading the first session of plenary. Before we proceed the next session, we invite you to turn on the camera and take a picture together. Please give your sweet smile on our mics. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next slide.
Okay, for the next slide, are you ready? Smile on 3, right? 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, for the next slide. Oh, it's enough.
Okay, thank you. And for the next session, the attendees are welcome to take a coffee break for 10 minutes. Take your time for all participants. We'll see you soon.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Ratna Arumsari dari SMP Islam Hidayatullah Semarang. Sungguh luar biasa, sebuah keberkahan dan juga sebuah kebanggaan kami bisa bergabung bersama dengan KPI dalam kegiatan School Leadership Program. Kegiatan ini sangat bermanfaat sekali bagi saya karena memberikan motivasi bagi kami untuk selalu meningkatkan kompetensi dalam bidang leadership. Dan dalam kegiatan ini banyak sekali teman-teman yang memberikan inspirasi karena beberapa di antaranya juga kepala sekolah penggerak sehingga memberikan banyak warna baru, banyak ilmu baru, dan insya Allah perpaduan dari pengalaman mendapatkan ilmu dari coach, mendapatkan ilmu dari teman sejawat, mendapatkan teman yang berbeda-beda daerah memberikan warna dan juga memberikan pengetahuan bagi kami. Insya Allah nanti bisa kami aplikasikan di tempat kami dan mendapatkan manfaat tentunya untuk tempat kami bekerja. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, saya Ibu Penny dari SD Islam Hidayatullah Semarang. Alhamdulillah saya berkesempatan mengikuti pelatihan School Leadership Program yang diadakan oleh KPI bekerja sama dengan Dale Carnegie dan Loop. Alhamdulillah di kesempatan ini saya mendapatkan banyak ilmu, yaitu tentang ilmu kolaboratif, kemudian project based learning, kemudian ada juga tentang coaching. Banyak sekali ilmu yang disampaikan oleh para trainer. Insya Allah ke depan hal ini akan sangat bermanfaat untuk kami dalam pengembangan sekolah. Semoga ke depan saya bersama tim bisa memperbaiki sekolah menjadi sekolah yang lebih baik lagi. Terima kasih kepada KPI atas ilmu yang sudah diberikan. Insya Allah menjadi ilmu yang bermanfaat. Indonesia Jaya, pendidikan Indonesia hebat.
Terima kasih pada KPI teruslah menebar virus kebaikan.
Maju terus untuk pendidikan Indonesia.
Maju terus KPI, lanjutkan.
Maju terus KPI.
Maju terus KPI.
Untuk KPI luar biasa, lanjutkan.
Maju terus untuk KPI, mari kita membangun negeri.
Semangat terus KPI melakukan pelatihan ini, terus kembangkan dan sukses terus.
Di Marketing School Bootcamp, Bapak Ibu akan belajar bagaimana menentukan positioning sekolah Anda, membangun brand positif, bagaimana masyarakat, wali murid, dan siswa tertarik dengan sekolah Anda.
Dalam pelatihan ini saya sungguh mendapat banyak hal. Ternyata tidak sesederhana yang saya pikirkan, tetapi ini merupakan sesuatu yang sangat baik bagi kami. Dan banyak yang kami lakukan ternyata banyak hal yang salah, banyak hal yang kurang tepat, ibarat membidik, menembak itu tidak pada fokus pada sasaran.
Para pendidik semuanya, hari ini kita bersama Kuanta belajar salah satu strategi dalam rangka untuk mendapatkan kepercayaan dari masyarakat. Strategi itu adalah strategi keunggulan berkompetisi. Bagaimana sekolah-sekolah ini memiliki satu keunggulan sehingga sekolah ini mampu meraih kepercayaan dari masyarakat. Hari ini para humas sekolah belajar banyak hal, bagaimana memiliki strategi yang jitu agar sekolahnya mendapatkan kepercayaan dari masyarakat. Dimulai dari peserta menganalisa kondisi internal sekolah, apa potensi-potensi yang kuat yang dimiliki oleh sekolah. Lalu yang kedua, para peserta menganalisa kondisi eksternal, kondisi pasar, apa yang menjadi kebutuhan masyarakat dan bagaimana strategi menjawabnya, strategi menyediakan layanan yang sesuai dengan kebutuhan masyarakat dengan pola umum, ya, urgen, menarik, unik, dan kebaharuan. Sekolah-sekolah ini melahirkan kreativitas baru, strategi-strategi yang mampu memenangkan dalam hal berkompetisi untuk mendapatkan siswa baru. Ikuti seterusnya seri-seri marketing bootcamp yang dilaksanakan oleh Quanta. Selamat berproses, selamat belajar bersama. Ini adalah era baru dan ini adalah era keunggulan.
Marketing School Bootcamp, saatnya meningkatkan jumlah siswa. Yes!
Surabaya, a city associated with the history of the independence struggle and one of Indonesia's metropolitan cities, is developing into the basis of creative industries and a favorable site for exploring and advancing diverse disciplines of knowledge.
Universitas Negeri Surabaya merupakan institusi pendidikan tinggi yang mengembangkan bidang keilmuan pendidikan dan non-kependidikan, berkomitmen untuk mencetak insan unggul, menyiapkan lulusan yang tangguh, serta siap menghadapi kemajuan dunia. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam atau FMIPA UNESA memiliki komitmen dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan berbasis teknologi melalui metode pembelajaran inovatif dan berbasis riset sesuai dengan perkembangan zaman. FMIPA UNESA telah berdiri sejak tahun 1964 yang bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Eksakta, Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau IKIP Negeri Surabaya. Pada tahun 1999, melalui keputusan Presiden Republik Indonesia, IKIP Negeri Surabaya bertransformasi menjadi Universitas Negeri Surabaya dan tetap menjalankan visi utama sebagai lembaga penyelenggara program pendidikan dan non-kependidikan. Saat ini, FMIPA UNESA memiliki 16 program studi, yakni 10 program studi S1, 4 program studi magister, dan 2 program studi doktor. Seluruh program studi tersebut tidak hanya berfokus pada pendalaman materi kemipaan, namun setiap lulusan juga dibekali dengan soft skills seperti ecopreneurship, kejujuran, kedisiplinan, kreativitas, berpikir kritis, serta inovasi yang solutif untuk memecahkan problem dalam kehidupan bermasyarakat, berbangsa, dan berwawasan global sebagai warga dunia.
Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA constantly innovates to help lecturers, academic staff, and students advance their careers. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA must achieve the 3 pillars of higher education, as well as target and development in various fields. Everyone is encouraged to keep improving their skills through a variety of activities. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA currently employs 27 professors, 45 associate professors, 51 assistant professors, and 46 lecturers. Continuous quality improvement is always a top priority at Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA, or CQI. The establishment of quality assurance at the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science level to ensure quality while being committed to improving the quality of each action plan carried out by each Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA community member realize this commitment. Collaboration is critical in exploring and discovering new ideas and networking to strengthen relationships to achieve sustainable development goals. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA implements eco-campus programs, such as providing clean and green public spaces, implementing a waste management system using the reduce, reuse, recycle method, and creating various products to preserve biodiversity to create a green and nature conservation-oriented learning environment. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA is committed to advancing the institution through collaboration with various regional, national, and international agencies. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA prioritize providing and maintaining various integrated facilities and infrastructure to support all academic community activities. Prioritization of occupational health and safety is also a major concern, as is the provision of various disability-friendly facilities. This effort demonstrates UNESA's seriousness in creating a productive ecosystem oriented to occupational health and safety and friendly for people with disabilities, lecturers, academic staff, and students to support reasoning activities and produce a variety of latest innovation, creative, innovative, and achievements in academic and non-academic fields, both at the national and international levels. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA also facilitates the dissemination of science and technology development by managing scientific journals. All scientific journals covered by Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA are open access. Furthermore, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA is committed to the UNESCO-recommended open science movement. Various research findings and ideas are then used in community service projects. This service activity solves various environmental and community problems as part of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA's concern for the community's progress and welfare. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA continues to innovate to turn inspiration into achievement, producing bright graduates with environmental awareness and an entrepreneurial spirit. It elevates your future with the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences at the State University of Surabaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, the coffee break has come to an end. In the previous session, we were talking about research about math education.
Yeah, and that's about math education. And now let's move to talk about mathematics. For the second plenary session with Professor Dr. Ali Akgül from Turkey. Please direct your attention to the session. With this will be moderated by Mr. Dimas. For Mr. Dimas, the floor is yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the technical problems. So right now we are going to enter for the following session, which is the second plenary session. We have Professor Ali Akgül with us. I will greet Professor Ali. Professor Ali, are you with us?
Yes, dear friend, I'm here.
Okay. How are you, Prof?
Thank you so much. How about you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. What time is it in Turkey?
It's close to 7 a.m.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
10 to 7 a.m. Yes.
Okay, is that too early for you, for us to join us today?
Yeah, it's
No?
okay. I'm ready.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Professor Ali. Okay, Professor Ali is the full professor of mathematics at the third university in Turkey, and he is an active professor because he already have more than 500 papers, and today he will be with us to give a talk about analysis of new transfer function with general integral transform. Okay, Professor Ali, without further ado, I'll give the forum to you, please.
Thank you so much. Let me share my talk. Okay. Can you see well, right?
Yep. It is very clear, Prof. Please.
Okay. In mathematics, first of all, I would like to explain my talk. I will talk about the new transfer functions with general integral transform, and I will use also the fractional derivatives and also the conformable derivative. In mathematics, the Riemann-Stieltjes integral is known to be the most general version of the well-known Riemann integral that is used in the classical integral calculus. This integral has found application in many areas. However, there is no clear derivative associated to the generalized integral except the concept of the global derivative. Here we discuss the conformable derivative and we make relation with the Riemann-Stieltjes integral. We prove that not only the operator is a derivative, but a derivative associated to the well-known Riemann-Stieltjes integral. We have in addition present some applications. One of the main concerns of humans is to evaluate change occurring in nature. Their concern is to know either there is positive, constant, or negative change. This information helps them to project what could possibly happen in future. The reason behind this aim is to be in perfect control of their environment. They usually follow several steps. The concept of differentiation originates from the formula of the rate of change. Let f be a continuous function between a and b, then the rate of change is given by this value. If this value is positive, we can say that there is a positive change or increase. If the value is 0, we can conclude that there is no change. Finally, if the value is negative, we can conclude that there is a negative change or decrease. However, if this limit exists, we can conclude that the function has a derivative at the point A. Thus, in general, by taking any point with the domain of the function f, if this limit exists, then we call this is the derivative of the function f. So one of the real problem we can say is the velocity, another one is acceleration, kinetic, and we can continue with the Lorentz factor, etc. Recently, it has been established that many models in science and engineering can be demonstrated additionally perfected by arbitrary derivatives, fractional calculus, conformable calculus, and fractal calculus. Here we present the integral associated to the conformable derivatives. And we have already showed about that such integral is a particular case of the well-known Riemann-Stieltjes integral. We present how such integral is obtained by using fundamental theorem of calculus. Okay, let us consider the following equation, and we assume that y is differentiable such that we have this, and if we apply integral on both sides, we will get this equation, and this enforces that this, and which is indeed the Riemann-Stieltjes integral. And we define a norm, and we give some inequalities. These basic things. If f is positive, then this integral can be written at the surface under the curve of f and the function t to the alpha over alpha. So by integration by parts, we can obtain this. This is some link between the differential and integral calculus. This is the history of this derivative, how can be obtained until now. So this is we will talk about some applications also. Okay, now in here we will see how the Riemann-Stieltjes integral connected with the conformable derivative. We obtain this, and if u is differentiable, we get this one. If you choose RH like that, then you will get the conformable derivative. This is the definition of the conformable derivative. Owing the fact that the Riemann-Stieltjes integral form a general calculus used for more complex problems, for example volumes, the Riemann integral being a particular case of the Riemann-Stieltjes, make us calculus that the conformable derivative is clearly a more generalized classical derivative. Now we will try to make connection with the fractal derivative. We choose our function g is equal to t to the alpha. Then we will get this. We solve the following equation and we obtain this. Now we know that f of t1 is equal to this, and this is the well-known fractal derivative. So this is the connection between the Riemann-Stieltjes integral and the fractal derivative. So in here we can see that there is connection between fractal derivative and conformable derivative. One of the main motivations to introduce the conformable derivative was that fractional derivatives do not satisfy Leibniz-Naur and other properties held by classical differential operators. This argument was not valid due to difference between classical derivative and fractional differential operators. One of the principal differences is that fractional is convolution of classical derivative with different kernels. It's therefore impossible for this operator to satisfy laws of classical mechanics. So there are many properties of the conformable derivative. It can be seen here like that. This, if you choose your alpha is equal to 1, then we cover the classical derivative. Many properties can be seen in these references, so I can pass them because of the time. In particular, Kachin and his co-authors prove that when index tau is satisfied, produce only trivial solutions. We underpin our discussion with the following example. This is with the classical derivative, and this is with the conformable derivative. Then we compare the solutions. The solution with the classical problem is given like that, and with the conformable derivative for different values of alpha is given like that. Classical ordinary and partial differential equations with variable coefficients have been documented to be more suitable to modeling complex real-world problems, unlike those with constant coefficients. It should be noted that replacing the derivatives with the conformable derivative leads to differential equation with variable coefficients. To show this, we consider a well-known partial differential equations like that with 28. Then we replace the derivatives with the conformable derivatives, and then we get this. Then we give some simulations for different values of alpha for D and B, you can see here. Then we consider a Cauchy problem with the conformable derivative, and we use the relation between the conformable derivative and classical derivative. We get this. We apply the integral and we define a mapping, and we prove some inequalities. Some basic numerical techniques have been applied in this, so I can pass them. Another thing I would like to discuss with you, we have shown above that this exists in a family of rate of change of the function f with respect to the family t to the alpha. This has been generalized very recently as. So under the condition g is not constant. If both functions are differentiable in the classical way, then the global derivative is equal to like that. Here you can see easily, if you choose your g is t to the alpha, you will get the fractal derivative. So this is the global derivative. We consider this equation, then we do some basic calculations, and we obtain this. So these generalizations were called the global derivatives, and here is the integral is the well-known Riemann-Stieltjes integral. So again, we make connection with the Riemann-Stieltjes integral. So in the case of fractional derivatives, the following generalization was suggested. For Riemann-Leibel case, you can make here the global derivative. For ABC and for Caputo-Fabrizio fraction derivatives also, you can use the global derivatives. Under the conditions of existence of the above operators, the associated integrals are given like that for Riemann-Leibel, ABC, and Caputo-Fabrizio. The main aim of differential operator is to replicate processes displayed by real-world problems observed in nature, while the rate of change is used to explain change of given function with respect to the function t. The conformable derivative explains the rate of change of the function with respect to the function t to the alpha over alpha. Thus, rate of change generated by conformable derivative between 2 points n and b gives a bird of family of rate of that depends on the fractional variable alpha. Of course, when we choose alpha is 1, we obtain the classical rate of change. Now we will talk about some applications with the conformable derivative. First one, we consider epidemiologic model. And in this model, we use the conformable derivative instead of the classical derivative. Then we applied a numerical technique and we obtain the simulations. This is with the real data. This is with the real data and classical model, and then real data, classical model, and conformable model. When alpha is 0.94. Then we consider another chaotic problem. Again, we use the conformable derivatives, and we apply the numerical technique, and we obtain the simulations. For more details, I suggest you to read these our papers. Conformable derivative and derivative associated to Riemann-Stieltjes integral, and many simulations can be found for different values of alpha for chaotic problems also. Another topic I would like to discuss with you is the fractal Newton method. We will talk about the fractal calculus main theorems of the fractal Newton, fractal chain rule, fractal role theorem, and many other properties. And the main aim of this work to show that the advantage of the new method fractal Newton method. Newton's method is one of the most universally known numerical algorithms, first introduced around 1669 by Isaac Newton, then modified, and many of the type of the Newton methods exist in the literature, especially the fractional one, fractional case. But in our work, we will use fractal derivative instead of the classical derivative, and this is with the classical Newton method, and we try to apply on an example. T to the 1/3. Then in here you can say this is divergent. To remedy this efficiency of the classical Newton method, we begin with replacing the definition of the alpha fractal derivative of a function. This is the definition of fractal derivative, and this is our new definition, fractal Newton method. Xn plus 1 to the alpha equal to xn to the alpha minus f of x on over d alpha. D alpha in here is the fractal derivative. And it's clear if alpha is 1, then this reduces the classical Newton method sequences. Then we apply the same problem, x to the 1/3, and under some conditions, you can see our function is f of x to the 1/3, x1 is not 0, the classical Newton method diverges, but the fractal Newton method works. So this is the advantage of this method, we can say. These are some theorems for the fractal calculus. This definition of this is the relation between the fractal derivative and the classical derivative. This fractal chain rule, fractal role theorem, fractal mean value theorem, with the proofs also. Because of the time, I can pass them. We give many definitions and theorems related to the fractal Newton method. So we talk about the fractal Newton convergence theorem, and we also prove them. We compare the classical and fractal Newton method in a basic example, then we give some numerical results also. More details can be found. I will share the paper also with you. So another topic I would like to discuss with you, the combination of the derivatives, Caputo and proportional derivatives. In this paper, we introduced a new derivative by 6. This is the proportional Caputo. We replace the classical derivative with the proportional derivative. And the simpler one is the constant proportional Caputo derivative. This is given by 7. We give some examples in this paper, I suggest you. And in this paper also, we give some analysis and applications of the proportional Caputo derivative, some basic definitions and properties we obtained. We discretize the new derivative and give some simulations. In this paper, we introduce some new derivatives with different kernels. First, we construct the constant proportional Caputo Fabrizio like that. We replace the classical derivative with the proportional derivative in here. Then we obtain the inverse operators also. Another one, we obtain the constant proportional ABC like that. Again, we give some basic examples in this paper. Next topic I would like to discuss with you, integral transforms and engineering theory methods and applications. In this book, we presented many transfer functions with the different integral transforms. I suggest you there are many applications in this book. Circuit models, we investigated many circle models in this book. We start with smooth and Laplace transform. We give many transfer functions. We investigated the general integral transform, Mohammed transform, Sawi, Alzaki, Abbott, Reza, alpha integral Laplace transform, Kamal transform, G transform, and natural transform. We also discussed the existence and unique solutions in this book. So, in this work, we present new applications of the general integral transform method with different fractional derivatives. So in this work, we consider some problems and we apply the general integral transform and we get the solutions with the general integral transform. Another topic, in this work, we discuss the analysis of NIF transfer functions with some integral transformation. So in here, we use another integral transform by 3.1, you can see. Then we obtain different transfer functions like this with the classical derivative. Then we change the derivatives and obtain different transfer functions in this paper also. We discuss the pole analysis and we give some simulations of this work. Now, another topic I would like to discuss with you, the reproducing kernel method. We improved this method by Laplace transform. So we combine the Laplace transform and the reproducing kernel Hilbert space method. So for this method, you can apply to many problems, ordinary partial differential equations, fractional differential equations also. First, you need to construct the space. This is a spatial Hilbert space, reproducing kernel Hilbert space. If you check the definition for a function k is referred to reproducing kernel if these two conditions hold. The last condition is the reproducing property. If you want to solve fractional ordinary differential equations, you need two spaces. One is for domain, one is for range. The first one is w sub 2 by 2. In this space, y and y prime should be absolutely continuous, and second derivatives should be in L2. This is our inner product. Then we get the reproducing kernel function like that. Another space we need is for the range w sub 2 by 1, and this is the kernel function of this. Then we explain the solution methodology, and we put the Laplace transform and we improve the method, and we apply the reproducing kernel method. This is the main theorem. In this theorem, we use the properties of the adjoint operator and also the completeness and orthogonality also used in here, the Gram-Schmidt orthogonalization. Then we apply in many models. Then we compare the classical reproducing kernel method with the Laplace. So we can say that Laplace reproducing kernel method give better results. So it means we improve this method effectively. So many details can be seen in this paper. We apply to many problems. Another things applications is fractal fractional derivative models. For simulating chemical degradation in a bioreactor, more details can be seen in this paper. So, related to the fractal Newton methods, this our paper published recently. I suggest you to read this paper. You can see many details related to fractal calculus and the fractal Newton method. For conformable derivative, also this paper I strongly suggest you. Conformable derivative, a derivative associated to Riemann-Stieltjes integral. And this is another application of the fractal fraction model for cervical cancer due to the human infection. Another one is a fractal fraction model for computer virus dynamics. Another one is the analysis of the MHD code to flow by fractal fractional differential operators. Here we give some applications of the Sumudo transform. In this work, we present some solutions of the fractal fractional differential equations. And in this paper, we put some analysis and new applications of the fractal fractional differential equation with the power law kernel. In here also, we give some solutions of fractional gas dynamics equation by a new technique. And in this paper also, we put a novel method of fractional derivative with non-local and non-singular kernel. In here, also we proved a fractional neutral method with 2 order of convergence and its stability for Caputo and Riemann level fractional derivatives we investigated. In here, we put the Craig-Nicholson difference method for and the reproducing kernel function also for third order fractional differential equations in the sense of ABC derivative. Now for future works, what we plan to construct the general integral transform reproducing kernel method. We plan to apply this new method to the fractional differential equation involving unknown function of 3 variables, and we will try to obtain new numerical methods with our groups. So welcome to join us for constructing new ideas together. So I would like to finish my talk. Thanks for your attention.
Iya, sudah selesai. Nggak dikasih itu, jeda dulu. Jeda itu, jeda apa namanya? Bumper. Biar ingatin. Okay, thank you, Professor Ali, for the inspiring talk. Professor, do you have something else to say?
Oh no, I finished my talk. Thanks for your invitation. If you have any questions, I will be happy to reply.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Ali. Prof. Ali, you mentioned so many of your research on your talk. My question is, I'm quite intrigued to your topic actually. My question is, which is the research that you are really inspired to do that? Can you share to us, Professor?
Yes.
Of all the works.
I'm working especially on fractional differential equations and some numerical techniques and the general integral transform also, some integral transform, and to obtain also the transfer functions. So I can say I shared also already our book. In this book, we put many applications for the circuit problems. So these things can be extended. New transfer functions can be obtained, and some new integral transforms can be constructed, and also some numerical techniques can be improved. We already improved one technique. It means reproducing kernel method. We tried to improve the method, so we obtain very good results. So we can extend these things to other numerical techniques also. We can improve the existing numerical techniques. This is the main goal.
Oh, okay. Interesting, Professor. Professor, another question arises. Do you have any application in the field of statistics, Professor?
In what? Can you say again?
Okay. Do you have the application for the statistics?
Yes, let me explain. Actually, for the reproducing kernel method, there is two ways. One is to work on differential equations. One is to work in statistics. One group is working in the statistic and they obtain very good results. But myself, I do not work, but there are many applications with this method. There are many applications.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ali. Oh, somebody raise hand. I will invite Mr. Hasan Panigoro. Please, Bapak Hasan, Mr. Hasan, can you turn your camera on?
Thank you.
Please.
Good morning, Prof. Ali. Nice to meet you again.
Good morning, dear friend. How are you?
I'm fine. Okay, I want to ask something, Prof. Ali, about the fractional derivative.
Yes, please.
Until now, I didn't find several articles talking about how to compare some the fractional derivative, such as the Caputo or Atangana or the Caputo Fabri and others. Which one? How to compare? Which one is better for special cases? Do you have an idea about it, Professor?
Thanks. Very nice question. Actually, we cannot say this derivative is better than this derivative, but when you analyze a model, you can see when you apply in the applications, you can see which is good. In some models, if you apply the Caputo derivatives, you may not get good results because of the kernel, because you use the singular kernel. But in many models with non-singular kernel is give better results. So it depends on the model you work. But in general, you cannot say this derivative is better than this derivative. So they are totally different with locality and non-locality, and with this the kernel is singular, non-singular. There are many properties of each of them. So in general, we cannot say this is the best. So in my opinion, I suggest to apply and see in the real life problem which one is more suitable. It will depend on the model you choose.
Okay, so that we just choose some of fraction operator and then applied it to the cases, the mathematical model,
Yes,
right?
yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
My pleasure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hassan, for the interesting question. Okay, I invite another participant to ask the question to Professor Ali. Anyone? You can ask directly to Prof. Ali via raising hand or from the room chat. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think there is enough question for today, Prof. Ali. Prof. Ali, if somebody wants to connect with you or to collaborate with you, can you, would you mind to be emailed by one of the participants from InCIReSMa? Okay, if somebody wants to collaborate with you or doing some research or maybe become your future students, is it okay for you? Maybe if they will email you, would you like to give you the email, your email? Oh, sorry, still muted?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, because you don't allow my voice, let me share my emails with friends. I will be very happy if they contact me. There are my two emails. One is this and one is this. For anyone, I will be happy to get any questions, any collaborations. I'm open for this. I will do my best.
Okay.
For the friends.
Yep. I will write it down for you in the room chat for you, Professor Ali. Okay, Professor Ali, before we proceed to the end of the plenary session, we would like to give you the token appreciation. Here is your certificate. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Ali. Have a good day, Professor Ali.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Yep.
Have a nice conference.
Yep. Okay, everyone, that's it for the second plenary session. Now I will give back to the MC. Thank you, everyone, for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Dimas, for the lead. And now, we have an hour to lunch break. The participants will let you take a break for a while until we meet again at 12:30 p.m.
Collaborations are the means of being able to mix different ideas. And mixing different ideas from different origins with different backgrounds is how we can create innovation.
The most interesting for us to be in this event is to discover Indonesia and higher education in Indonesia.
So it's a big value to come here to make collaborations, partnerships. Our students are really like to go to Indonesia, and we would like that Indonesian people come to France. So we try to find a way that you come more in France to see us.
Mengapa riset inovasi penting untuk pendidikan tinggi di Indonesia? Karena sesuai perkembangan zaman, Indonesia nggak bisa gitu-gitu aja. Kita dituntut untuk melakukan ekspansi dari sisi inovasi, riset, dan teknologis.
Dan riset-riset di Indonesia tentunya ini dimaksudkan untuk menuju Indonesia Emas tadi tercapai dengan baik. Dan yang kedua, kenapa ini penting? Karena anak-anak Indonesia nggak bisa lagi kita berpangku tangan dengan produk-produk dari luar. Kita harus punya produk dalam negeri. Dan kalau bisa, kita juga bisa memiliki teknologi-teknologi masa depan.
My hope is like we know more now. We could meet each other. Is that our collaborations go further. So sending more students, sending more professors to teach in each university.
Adanya nanti terjalin kerjasama dengan kampus-kampus di Prancis mampu mendorong mahasiswa kami untuk bisa berpikir lebih kritis lagi dan bersikap inovasi dan menjadi agen perubahan juga untuk sistem inovasi di Indonesia.
Kita sangat berharap acara JWG ini bisa semakin memperluas kerjasama di bidang-bidang yang sebelumnya belum ada. Terus bisa juga kita berharap untuk acara ini memfasilitasi adanya mitra baru untuk UGM.
Oke, harapannya dari terselenggaranya JWG ini tentunya kami dari BRIN bisa memberikan kontribusi positif dengan kerjasama antara Indonesia dan Perancis.
So for the next working group, it would be interesting to see how the context around the volcanological research, how that has progressed.
It's very rich and dense contacts and very open communication with people. People are very open, friendly, and very interested in what France can offer and represent. And for me, it's a very inspiring and exciting event. And I'm very happy to be here, especially with people. It's very pleasant experience.
The history of undergraduate program on mathematics education cannot be separated from IKIP Surabaya in 1950. And this program under Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science held since 1965. Undergraduate program of mathematics education, or we call as S1 Pendidikan Matematika, produce math educators, math educational research assistant, edubrainer, as well as mathematics education writer. We have three concerns such as mathematics instruction, mathematics educational psychology, and evaluation. Undergraduate program on mathematics education has 10 program learning outcome with 4 aspects: knowledge, skill, competence, attitude, and social. To support the achievement of program learning outcome of undergraduate program of mathematics education or S1 Pendidikan Matematika, regularly we have several activities such as evaluating, restructuring curriculum, doing incoming and outgoing student and lecturer activity, and also improving the adequate facilities related to the development of technology and edupreneur.
Laboratory is one of the important things in supporting learning and research. The undergraduate program of mathematics education has 4 main laboratories. There are Laboratory of Computation, second one is Laboratory of Learning Media, Laboratory of Realistic Mathematics Education, and the last one is Laboratory of Micro-Teaching. Each of which is coordinated by the head of sub-laboratory and assisted by a laboratory assistant. Each laboratory has function and objective in order to support the achievement of program and outcome of the undergraduate program of mathematics and education.
This is a laboratory of computation of Mathematics Education Department on UNESA. The laboratory of computation conducting computation based on course activities, tutorial assistance, and research. The laboratory of computation provides hardware and software. The hardware such as personal computer that are connected with local area network, also with internet. And the software, including software license such as Visual C, Unity, SQL Server, and so on.
The Laboratory of Learning Media provides the facilities for the students to develop their own learning media for teaching mathematics at school. We have a center for workshop and center for exhibition. For the exhibition center, we provide the opportunity for the schools outside Universitas Negeri Surabaya to learn more about what have we done, the mathematics education study program, to help the student at school to learning mathematics easier. For the workshop center, we have the carpenter's tools like the circular saw machine, the bore machine, and the others, which help the student to create their own learning media based on their prototypes. And also we have a 3D printer, which help the student to visualize their prototype reality. And also we have the smart board to present the design while discussing to their lecturers. The Laboratory of Realistic Mathematics Education is an education-based research study that focuses on 2 topics. The first study on developing instructional theory and material based on realistic mathematics education. The second is a study on mathematical literacy. We facilitate the students with the reference of a number of references on realistic mathematics education and several medias based on realistic mathematics education, and also an online reference from a respectable journal or seminar. The facilitator is help the student in solving or finishing their mini thesis, study, or even support the student in to publish their article in respectable journal or seminar.
This micro-teaching laboratory is a place where the students of mathematics study program doing a teaching practice and producing the video under the subject of micro-teaching. There are 4 rooms here. The first one is the operator room, and then studio room, preparation room, and observer room. Each room has their own equipments. For the example, in studio room, we have microphone, cameras, smartboard, projector, automatic screen, etc. The output of this laboratory is teaching practice videos that are ready to use to be evaluated with the lecturer of micro-teaching subjects.
The mathematics department have provided us with a very well-structured curriculum in order to prepare us for our future job. They want us to be more active, creative, and innovative. They sometimes invite guest lecturers from outside of the campus, which is an expert in each of their field. It gives us new knowledge, and for me, it is a very exciting experience.
The department has provided us perfectly adequate facilities to our study activity. We also use a computer laboratory with the new technology, and the department support us participating in any competition. It is academic related or non-academic. The department also held an annual event, which is MICO, Mathematics in Contextual Olympiad, and the Math Expo.
Jadi memang program Pak Rektor di masa kepemimpinan kedua itu ingin meningkatkan internasionalisasi sehingga UNESA itu menjadi world class university. Oleh karena itu di era PTNBH ini ada wakil rektor khusus ya untuk pemeringkatan dan internasionalisasi. Kemudian FMIPA itu sebenarnya dari sisi internasionalisasi kita sudah memulai sejak awal jauh sebelum UNESA PTNBH. Karena dulu di FMIPA ini ada rintisan RSBI, rintisan sekolah berstandar internasional, dan kita mendapat dana hibah kerjasama dari kementerian. Oleh karena itu di MIPA itu dulu sudah dirintis kelas unggulan namanya. Nah, dan historinya sebenarnya kalau FMIPA itu historinya pendirian atau program studi termasuk di Pasca, kan sekarang Pasca bergabung di MIPA. Itu ketika berdiri itu didampingi oleh perguruan tinggi luar negeri. Contohnya misalnya secara histori ya, Pasca pertama di UNESA itu kan berdiri tahun 8182, yaitu S2 Pendidikan Matematika. Itu berdirinya disupport oleh The University of Western Australia dan Curtin University gitu.
Terkait dengan program-program internasionalisasi di FMIPA, itu ada student exchange ya, pertukaran mahasiswa, lecturer exchange atau pertukaran dosen, juga ada internship magang ya, magang internasional. Kemudian di tahun ini juga akan ada international conference atau seminar internasional, kemudian international summer course yang di-host oleh FMIPA bekerja sama dengan beberapa perguruan tinggi di luar negeri. Selain itu, untuk dosen dan mahasiswa, kita juga memberikan fasilitas international research collaboration ya, bekerja sama dengan peneliti dari luar negeri, bekerja sama dengan dosen-dosen di UNESA, dan ada International Community Services atau PKM internasional. Ini juga bermitra dengan host dari luar negeri ya, mitra dari luar negeri seperti ada dengan sekolah internasional yang ada di luar negeri.
Target kita di tahun 2024 ini kita ingin meningkatkan mobilisasi baik mahasiswa maupun dosen gitu dalam kegiatan internasional, dan kita rencananya akan menyampaikan program-program internasionalisasi di FMIPA dengan mengundang orang tua mahasiswa, sehingga ketika misalnya mahasiswa itu akan misalnya berada di luar negeri selama misalnya 1 minggu atau 2 minggu atau melakukan kegiatan apa, itu biayanya berapa, itu kan perlu dipersiapkan sejak awal. Itu akan kita komunikasikan dengan
orang tua mahasiswa. Itu yang akan kita lakukan di tahun 2024. Kemudian kita juga memberikan, kebetulan ini sinergi dengan universitas ini. Jadi menyiapkan bahan atau perangkat pembelajaran internasional, itu ada yang didanai oleh universitas, ada yang oleh fakultas. Kemudian kita mewajibkan setiap prodi yang kelas unggulan itu menawarkan satu mata kuliah yang nanti full in English. Gitu. Yang selama ini kan kita itu belum bisa menawarkan ke perguruan tinggi di luar negeri. Misalnya untuk prodi ini yang bisa diikuti mahasiswa inbound penuh dalam bahasa Inggris itu mata kuliah apa. Di tahun 2024 ini itu FMIPA meminta setiap prodi yang sudah akreditasi ASI ini tuh menentukan satu mata kuliah yang dosennya itu siap in English gitu.
Oke, untuk meningkatkan mutu pendidikan secara umum ya kita mengacu pada visi misi kita ya yang untuk tahun ini kan kita mengarah ke internasionalisasi. Sebenarnya sudah sejak tahun yang lalu. Sehingga untuk mendorong itu maka program-program internasionalisasi kita giatkan gitu ya. Strateginya bagaimana? Otomatis memperluas kerjasama dengan mitra-mitra baik dari dalam negeri maupun luar negeri supaya ada kesempatan bagi mahasiswa dan dosen kita supaya bisa exchange, bertukar baik di nasional maupun internasional. Selain itu kami juga mempromosikan dosen-dosen utamanya yang mempunyai capability dalam mengajarkan dalam bahasa Inggris untuk kita promote ke kampus-kampus mitra kita di luar negeri, entah mereka diberi kesempatan untuk bisa menjadi keynote speaker di international conference dan lain sebagainya. Harapannya ya program internasionalisasi ini terus berlanjut ya, tidak hanya di level Asia, tapi sebenarnya kita sudah ke Eropa sebenarnya. Kita sudah bekerja sama dengan sekolah yang ada di Belanda ya. Harapannya ini semakin melebar kerjasamanya dan lebih intens. Harapan lain adalah semoga bisa tercapai itu adanya double degree mahasiswa kita yang ada di FMIPA bisa untuk master dan doktoral bisa double degree dengan kampus yang ada di luar negeri. Ini yang sekarang masih sedang kita godok bersama.
Surabaya, a city associated with the history of the independence struggle and one of Indonesia's metropolitan cities, is developing into the basis of creative industries and a favorable site for exploring and advancing diverse disciplines of knowledge.
Universitas Negeri Surabaya merupakan institusi pendidikan tinggi yang mengembangkan bidang keilmuan pendidikan dan non-kependidikan, berkomitmen untuk mencetak insan unggul, menyiapkan lulusan yang tangguh, serta siap menghadapi kemajuan dunia. Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam atau FMIPA UNESA memiliki komitmen dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan berbasis teknologi melalui metode pembelajaran inovatif dan berbasis riset sesuai dengan perkembangan zaman. FMIPA UNESA telah berdiri sejak tahun 1964. Yang bermula dari Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Eksakta, Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau IKIP Negeri Surabaya. Pada tahun 1999, melalui keputusan Presiden Republik Indonesia, IKIP Negeri Surabaya bertransformasi menjadi Universitas Negeri Surabaya dan tetap menjalankan visi utama sebagai lembaga penyelenggara program pendidikan dan non-kependidikan. Saat ini, FMIPA UNESA memiliki 16 program studi, yakni 10 program studi S1, 4 program studi magister, dan 2 program studi doktor. Seluruh program studi tersebut tidak hanya berfokus pada pendalaman materi kemipaan, namun setiap lulusan juga dibekali dengan soft skills seperti ecopreneurship, kejujuran, kedisiplinan, kreativitas, berpikir kritis, serta inovasi yang solutif untuk memecahkan problem dalam kehidupan bermasyarakat berbangsa, dan berwawasan global sebagai warga dunia.
Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA constantly innovates to help lecturers, academic staff, and students advance their careers. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA must achieve the 3 pillars of higher education, as well as target and development in various fields. Everyone is encouraged to keep improving their skills through a variety of activities. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA currently employs 27 professors, 45 associate professors, 51 assistant professors, and 46 lecturers. Continuous quality improvement is always a top priority at Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA, or CQI. The establishment of quality assurance at the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science level to ensure quality while being committed to improving the quality of each action plan carried out by each Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA community member realize this commitment. Collaboration is critical in exploring and discovering new ideas and networking to strengthen relationships to achieve sustainable development goals. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA implements eco-campus programs, such as providing clean and green public spaces, implementing a waste management system, using the reduce, reuse, recycle method, and creating various products to preserve biodiversity to create a green and nature conservation-oriented learning environment. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA is committed to advancing the institution through collaboration with various regional, national, and international agencies. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA prioritize providing and maintaining various integrated facilities and infrastructure to support all academic community activities. Prioritization of occupational health and safety is also a major concern, as is the provision of various disability-friendly facilities. This effort demonstrates UNESA's seriousness in creating a productive ecosystem oriented to occupational health and safety and friendly for people with disabilities, lecturers, academic staff, and students to support reasoning activities and produce a variety of latest innovation, creative, innovative, and achievements in academic and non-academic fields, both at the national and international levels. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA also facilitates the dissemination of science and technology development by managing scientific journals. All scientific journals covered by Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA are open access. Furthermore, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA is committed to the UNESCO-recommended open science movement. Various research findings and ideas are then used in community service projects. This service activity solves various environmental and community problems as part of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA's concern for the community's progress and welfare. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science UNESA continues to innovate to turn inspiration into achievement, producing bright graduates with environmental awareness and an entrepreneurial spirit. It elevates your future with the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences at the State University of Surabaya.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How about your lunch? Is it great? Okay. Previously, we are talking about mathematics. Now we're back and begin the third plenary session with Associate Professor Abadi, Master of Science, and Professor Ebenezer Bornia, Master of Education and Master of Science, PhD. Please pay attention. Ms. Rizka, time is yours.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Well? I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Ms. Rizka?
Yeah. Is it okay? My voice is okay?
I think your voice is too low. Can you make it louder?
Hello?
Okay, okay.
Can you
I
hear
think
me
it's
well?
better now.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, esteemed college, presenter and participant. Welcome back at afternoon session of InCIReSMa 2020 and 24. I'm Rizka as moderator of this session. In this session, we will have two keynotes. The first one, we have Professor Abadi from Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Hello, good afternoon, Prof. Abadi. Are you here with us already?
Yes, good afternoon. Can I hear you?
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Hi. Okay, Prof, before we begin your talk, I would like to briefly introduce you to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, as Professor Abadi, PhD. Professor Abadi is Associate Professor in Mathematics Department at the Universitas Negeri Surabaya. His academic journey began with a bachelor degree in Mathematics Education from IKIP Surabaya. Now we know it as Universitas Negeri Surabaya. He then pursue a master degree in mathematics at the University of Queensland, Australia, followed by a doctoral degree in applied mathematics at the University of Utrecht, Netherlands. So with the 33 years, if I'm not mistaken, of teaching experience, Prof. Abadi has been a vital part of academic youth community in Universitas Negeri Surabaya. His research focus primarily on biomathematics, especially predator-prey behavior. Not only that, he also actively research in math education. Today, we are focusing on the dynamic and prey predator model with variable carrying capacity. Prof. Abadi, you have 30 minutes for your presentation, followed by Q&A session. And for the audience, if you have question, please raise your hand during the Q&A session or write it down in the chat box. Without further ado, Prof. Abadi, you may proceed to your presentation.
Thank you, Mariska, for the nice presentation, introduction to me. Hello, everybody. My name is Abadi. I'm from Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Today, I would like to share my recent work on prey predator models. Okay. This is nice opportunity for me to share this work because of actually I need to share it because I still need some feedback from audience maybe who learn more than me. Then in this opportunity I will present some of work with my colleagues about pre-predator model with variable carrying capacity. I start my work with this introduction. Yeah. In the real phenomenon, actually, we all most often meet some growth, transfer, and diffusion. Yeah, that happens occur simultaneously. Yeah. For example, in an epidemic spread through a geographical region, this the diffusion, right? And the number of infected persons grows as the disease is transferred. So in this one epidemic spread, there are three activity happens. Yeah, diffusion, growth, and transfer. This area is mostly done by many epidemiologists and sociologists, also cellular biologists and economic geographers. This is the basic theory of growth in mathematical demography and mathematical ecology that maybe many of you know about it, familiar with this concept. Yeah, that starting from the theory by Thomas Robert Malthus. Yeah, about the growth that exponentially. Yeah, the growth of the population is grow exponentially. This,
I'm sorry,
sorry?
Prof. Abadi.
Yes.
Are you already share your PPT, but your PPT is just stuck at the front page, I think. So
This way?
yeah, it's already, but it's not full share, right?
So I cannot play it, and it's just like this. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, great, thank you.
Yes, and Malthus just consider about the factor that limiting the growth of population is only the food. Yeah. And then the growth is just exponentially or geometrically. In reality, this is doesn't really happen, yeah, because if everything grows exponentially, then the earth will be full of population that we cannot live like now, yeah. This situation and then revised by Benjamin Comfort that there must be some quantity that make the growth is not always grows exponentially, but there's something that can be decrease the growth. Comfort using the assuming that the intrinsic growth is not constant, but it's a function of time, like this, yeah. So if we solve this one, then we have this condition. So this is the equation that growth equation of Comfort, yeah, by assuming that the intrinsic growth is not fixed, not constant. And later, the theory by Verhulst and Pearl, yeah, that the uncontrollable population growth and food shortage can be modeled by introducing, yeah, natural resources as a bound, yeah, of the population growth. So the equation is like this, yeah, where K is constant. It's called carrying capacity, which means that carrying capacity is the maximum population level at that given environment I can support given finite resources like food, space, and so on. And this is the maybe many mathematical modeling or work with this equation. Yeah. This is the comparison between these three models. Yeah, it's exponentially, and then divided by this two. This is more realistic. I think yeah, there is some bound and upper bound that the growth cannot be unlimited like this. Yeah. This is the illustration that can be shown from this. But if we consider about the model by Verhulst, that there is no empirical evidence supporting the assumption that R and K are not changed. Yeah. So most of the study about using logistic or Verhulst equation is only for short time only. Yeah. No evidence for the longer time. Again, if we assume that R is constant, then it means that it doesn't accommodate the account of immigration. Yeah. Suppose that the environment is fixed, then how we can determine the value of the carrying capacity itself? It's not so easy. Yeah. Then in this case, always assume that the system is closed, not allowing immigration, emigration, import or export. Yeah. So in fact, it's not realistic then. Yeah. So the carrying capacity must involve the technology, preferences, and structure, and so on. Yeah. There's so many contingents that can influence the carrying capacity. For example, technological development have raised crop yield. So if crop yield raised, then it can support greater population, even though the area is smaller. Yeah. So the carrying capacity is not just the area of the land, but also it needs also the crop, food that's produced. Yeah. Nowadays, using technology, we can produce more crop. Yeah. It means that can support greater population, even though we have small area of land. And this is the example that land capacity cannot be fixed. Yeah. Even though we fix, we cannot easily determine how is the number. Yeah. This is the equation of carrying capacity that like logistic, yeah, this one, but the K is now a function of T, and T can be function linear function, can be sinusoidal or logistically. Yeah. So then in this book, yeah, model the diffusion of technology using logistic equation. It means that in this equation, which is logistic, info also include another logistic. So it is logistic inside logistic. Yeah. This phenomena is called bilogistic. Yeah. And this is another type of variable capacity, the model. Yeah. Not in this article, Mayer and Super stated that K0 cannot be zero. Yeah. That's why it's K is come first. Yeah. Before other operation appear, then there must be the resources first. So there must be a delay. The growth of the other population must be before after the growth of resources of capacity. Yeah, that's why is minus constant here. is another model of variable carrying capacity. The meaning of biologistic, yes, this means that there's a pulse here, the growth of population like this. If we follow the logistic equation, then we just go like this and there is some above asymptote. But for this case, by logistic, then after some pulse here, then another new carrying capacity, then we have growing like this. So there's two pulse, and at A and at B. This kind of phenomena, that can be model for biologistic phenomena and capacity. Another concept that I want to introduce is about the intrakill predation. In predator-prey interaction, often both population, prey and predator, share the resources. It is about combination between predation and competition and predation. So prey and predator compete for the food from the resources, but also predator eat prey also. This is the general model. N is prey, P is predator, and K is the resources. This is we can put any growth model. Can be logistic, can be other, and also during functional response here. And this is the biomass conversion and so on. This is the competition between N and P to reduce the number of population of K here. Minus A and K, minus A R prime, PK here. This is the general model of circuit predation. Okay. This is the example of intracranial predation. Yes. For example, this easiest. This one. That phytoplankton is eaten by small zooplankton and also is eaten by large zooplankton. But small zooplankton also eaten by large zooplankton. This small intrakill predation. The bigger one is this one, So can be like this, Can be the using each structure here. We've been reducing from the juvenile and adult fish here to eat the plankton here. This is the bigger ecosystem. This is the system that I would like to model in my previous work with my colleagues here. This is the system. This is the typical intrakill that we assume that prey and predator grow logistically and share the resources set here. P plus Q is 1, so this is the proportion of the use of X, or this is C by X, and C by Y. So it means that P plus Q is equal to 1. We use here the functional response using polling type 3. This is the modification of the work by Sapuan and Putra. And this is the typical intrakill that X and Y compete for Z. It's minus GX and EYZ. This one. The result, we rescale the system like this, and then we analyze the solution. We have the 4 solution, but the trivial solution doesn't have meaning biologically. So just ignore it because impossible we have 0 for the resources. Yeah, resources given, for example, the earth. Yeah, so there are the equation E1, E2, and 3. From this, E3, we have two conditions to solve this polynomial in psi. Yeah. To find the root, yeah, there are two conditions. Condition that the polynomial has only one positive solution. Remember that solution must be positive because this is related to the number of population. And the second one is this condition, delta square less than 0, producing the 3 positive roots, yeah, of this polynomial. So there are two conditions. Okay. We follow the analysis for the stability. We have that E1 and E2 are linearly unstable, can be proved by linear analysis. And the interior equilibrium E3, yeah, we have two conditions. Remember that we have to prove this solution whether stable or not using this theorem. The proof is using this Lyapunov function. You know that this function definite positive, yeah. 0 if we substitute x equal to x bar, x star, y equal to y star, and c equal to c star. Non-zero is positive if other than x star, comma y star, and c star, which is the solution of the polynomial. Yeah, this one. And g and h will be determined. By determining this g and c, we can find this condition. Yeah, this is to find this one, and we did some very long calculation to prove that dv tau is less than 0. This means that v is definitely positive. So this the function is to prove that E3 is asymptotically stable in this region, region that restricted by these two conditions. So we have now the conclusion about all the solutions. Then we continue for the numerical simulation by taking value. Yeah. We have two sets of parameters here. Set 1, I show this one first. Now here we obtain the interesting dynamic, yeah, for the solution, especially the non-trivial solution E3. Yeah, we have find the hope bifurcation subcritical. It means that it starts from unstable solution and passing through this edge point, then we have this stable solution, but the limit cycle which is appear here is unstable, is subcritical hope bifurcation. Continuing this limit cycle by varying the value of rho. Rho is the intrinsic growth of the carrying capacity, C. Yeah? Okay. We obtain the limit point cycle or fold bifurcation of the limit point. So it is folding back, yeah, to the other direction to have this. The bigger cycle is stable. Yeah, it's interesting. Remember that this is the what satisfies this first condition, yeah, that delta square is positive. Then if we take condition delta square less than 0, we have this 3 solution. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, positive, all positive, but it has different property of stability. This is stable, unstable, and this is stable. By passing by these two saddle node bifurcation. This is the time plots of the limit cycle. Yeah, this unstable, and this bigger one is stable. But if you continue here, that the limit cycle cannot be unbounded. It's just over certain interval of y only, not become very big. Yeah. If I take the fixed one value of rho, then we have this condition that C is the resources, which of course is much bigger than the density of x and y. Okay, this is the conclusion about the first work, that we have the new criteria. Yeah, that lesson given by these two previous work, and we have two criteria about this, the existence of the solution. Also, we have not done yet about the meaning of the full bifurcation of the limit cycle. And we think about for further studies about adding some indirect interaction due to behavioral factors such as fear of predation and pre-refugee and so on. Yeah, to make the problem is more realistic. Okay. Okay. What time we have, Miss Rizka?
I think we still have about minutes.
Sorry?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think we still have several minutes, right?
Yeah, I'll continue
Yeah.
from my second system. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. This is not interactive, but using the variable carrying capacity. Is the third one. Yeah. It involves the pre-refugees and also using Paddington De Angelis functional response. Okay. Again, we have the interesting one is we're using this model. Yeah, this model that we use the delay k minus k1 is the initial carrying capacity. Then we will study about what happens if k1 and k2 increasing or decreasing. Yeah, because possible that the carrying capacity can become bigger or become smaller. Yeah, okay. It's the idea. Then we rescale the system to get this new rescale system. Then to get the equilibria. Yeah, there are 6 equilibria that very simple one. Yeah, E1, E2 is simple. That's the extinction of X prey and predator. Each person prey. The first is prey. Yeah? The second is predator, and the third is resources. A3 and A4 also the extinction of the predator. Yeah. And the A5 and A6 is the coexisting between prey, predator, and resources. And n star can be determined by solving this quadratic equation. Relatively easy. Then we can obtain the condition for the existence of A5 and A6 using this one. Yeah. So the stability of the equilibria E1 and E2 is unstable, but can be easily proved by local analysis. And then for A3 and A4, yeah, A3 is always unstable because one of the equipment is positive, but A4 can be stable if the condition is satisfied. This comes from this second eigenvalue put into the value has been negative, then we get this condition as stated in the theorem here. The theorem is about the stability of equilibrium E5. Yeah. By your analysis, you can prove that it is unstable because there is one eigenvalue is positive. And the last one is the stability of the last equilibrium. This is 6. Yeah. Again, we use the opponent function, but with different term in this case here. Yeah, that is because of delay. Yeah. Of course, we have to prove that V is definitely positive in the certain area. Yeah, and then we get that this stable for this area domain. Yeah. And then we follow the numerical simulation that for the case K1 and less than K2. Remember that K1 is the initial carrying capacity, yeah? And then K2 is the next carrying capacity. Then we have for M, and my apology that this is still in Indonesia, yeah? This M equal to 0, 1 or 0.1, yeah? There is oscillatory solution like this. And then I put bigger, then we have this stable, converted to this stable solution here. And if I take much bigger, then this solution converts to another solution. It is A4, this one. A3 or A4, this one. This one, yeah. A4, I think, because it's stable. Yeah. Okay. This is the bifurcation diagram that this is co-bifurcation that give us the oscillatory solution here when we take M is 0.1 in this area here. We have oscillatory solution, but here we have a stable solution, and also this A4 is stable solution. This is the respondent, but in three-dimensional. Yeah, it's too complicated to see it. Yeah, but I want to show that this is the lemma cycle, this is the point, and so on. Yeah, in three-dimensional. And this the time plots here for the case decreasing. Yeah, when the carrying capacity becomes smaller, then we have still stable solution like this. Yeah, this is actually follow this bifurcation diagram. It's similar to this diagram actually, but only in this part here, without this whole bifurcation here. Okay. Now this is the conclusion about the work that the case of increasing and decreasing capacity, carrying capacity, yeah, give us important information to predict the possible impact to the ecosystem. We see that we vary the value of M. M is the prey refugees. Yeah, they play important role to the conservation of the ecosystem that consists of prey, predator, and resources. So we talk about the non-trivial solution. And the last is we can study further about the application of a factor that's similar to this one. Yeah, so this refugee, but we to protect the environment. Yeah, we apply this idea to the environment because it's more applicable, yeah, in the reality. Yeah, I think that's all. Yeah, I hope can inspire you to ask, maybe to share your knowledge, maybe, or ask, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for a great presentation, Prof. So now we will begin our Q&A session. Maybe if you have a question, you can raise your hand and you can ask directly to Prof. Abadi, or you could also write it down at the chat comment. So maybe while we are waiting for the question, maybe I will have one question, Prof, about the increasing and decreasing carrying capacity. You already thought that the second one, you have the simulation with decreasing and decreasing and increasing. So how about the real case when we know about our ecosystem? This one is we have increasing, or this one is have a decreasing. Is it possible if one period of time it can decrease and sometime it can increase? I mean, in one of a period it can be how to say, like fluctuate. Yeah, how to say, like fluctuate. Thank you.
Yes, if you, if you still remember about the model proposed by Mayer about equation that involving K1 and K2, that it's been that this the K2 must be bigger than K1. But in this study, we also try, because most of study assuming that K2 must be bigger one. But we follow the work by Al-Salti that they propose also the condition that what happen if it is decreasing. Yeah. So up to now, I think there is no single equation that can accommodate those two condition, two situation. That's why we just simulate for two cases separately when K1 less than K2 or K1 greater than K2, hoping that if we know about this condition that we can predict what happen if the condition is greater and greater all the time, and what happen if the condition is smaller and smaller, and this is also can be give some information that we can predict what happen next. Yeah, this is a good expression that I up to now still cannot find the model that can accommodate that two possibility ones for in the one solid equation. That's what I have learned. Thank you.
Okay, so it's we just derive the key is just one, like increasing or decreasing. It can be like a fluctuate. I mean, it's second derivative. We cannot say like the second it's second derivative is constant, something like that. No,
Oh,
no, right?
I cannot
No,
say
right?
that. I think I need to learn more. I think. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, okay, okay. Thank you. If anybody have a more question or maybe some comment. Yeah. Okay. Because I think the time is. Wait, I will. Oh yeah, the time is already off. Okay, Prof. Abadi, I'm sorry, but due to the time constraint, I think we must conclude the Q&A session here. But however, we hope that we can still contact you or reach you by email to continue the discussion. Yeah,
Okay.
would be that okay?
Yes, okay, please.
Okay, thank you. Great. So as a token of our appreciation, we would like to present you with the certificate. Maybe, yep.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much for your presentation in InCIReSMa 2024. Yep, we look forward to potential collaboration with you in the near future. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay. Esteemed presenter and participant, next we will begin our last plenary session. We here have a Professor Ebenezer Bonya, MED, MSc, MSc, PhD from Ghana. Are you here, Prof. Bonya? Good afternoon. Are you here? Okay, maybe um are you here, Prof. Bonya? Okay, I think he will come later because we will see his video presentation actually. But before we begin his video, I would like to introduce you about Prof. Bonya. I hope I pronounce it well. But if not, I'm really sorry. Please excuse me. So, ladies and gentlemen, for our next distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Ebenezer Bonya. Prof. Bonya is a professor in the Department of Mathematics Education at Akantan Apia Menka University of Skill Training and Entrepreneurial Development in Kumasi, Ghana, of Africa actually. He also have served as an adjunct professor at Universitas Erlangga in 2021. Robonya earned his bachelor degree in mathematics from University of Education, Ghana. And an interesting fact about him is that he holds 3 master degrees, not 1, not 2, but 3. A Master of Education in Educational Administration and Management, a Master of Science in Geomatic Engineering, and a Master of Science in Industrial Mathematics. So yeah, it has a complete degree. Later, he pursued his doctoral degree in applied mathematics and postdoctoral in this area as well. Then, Prof. Bonya main research interests include mathematical biology, modeling, spatial analysis, fractional calculus, and mathematics education. In this section, Prof. Bonya will present on fractional mathematics modeling in Mycobacterium uccellan with a contaminated environment. Yeah. But in this occasion, we will be watching a video of his presentation. However, Prof. Bonya should be live with us and will be available later for a Q&A session. Thus, all the questions would be answered by himself directly. Yeah. As usual, if you have any question, please feel free to raise your hand or write in the chat box. Okay, once again, I would like to call him. Professor Bonya, are you here? No. No? Okay. Okay. Then, okay, without further ado, let us proceed first with Prof. Bonya presentation. Okay. The committee, you can help me, please.
Good morning, Ghana here. I think, I don't know the time in Indonesia now. Yeah. But first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for this important conference, inviting me from Ghana as a keynote speaker to share my perspective on mathematics and then its effect on SDGs. Of course, I'm mathematical biologist, where we link mathematics to solve biological and related problems. And it's also one of the goals of the SDGs. Therefore, it is not out of order, or it is in line as far as this important conference is concerned, to give a speech or a talk on some issues relating to infectious modeling. My talk is going to be centered around Mycobacterium Osirium. Here we call it Borreliosa. I can say for a fact, as far as 2014, I've been working around this disease. Therefore, if you are looking for experts in this disease, I don't think I could not count myself as an expert as far as this disease is concerned. I'll start my talk by walking you through the introduction. The introduction, this is what I have said or I would like to share. I'm saying that Borreliosa is a neglected tropical disease caused by Mycobacterium Osirium. Everybody knows, nobody cares. In Ghana or in West Africa, people even think that when you get Borreliosa, it is caused by, a myth. People even think that you offended some deities or some spirituals or something that is a myth. It's a curse. That's why WHO is even classifying this disease as a tropical, as a neglected tropical disease. Again, also saying that Borreliosa is most common microbacterium diseases. If you talk of tuberculosis, leprosis, they are all in the same group, caused by the same, bacteria, but different species. Different species, but the same group of bacteria. And Borreliosa is the least one that receives attention in almost all the countries that have been affected with this disease. So in saying again that in most cases, the disease occurs in children between 4 to 15 years. So these are cases that do not have the independent way of protecting themselves from the environment. And therefore, they are highly susceptible to this disease. We're even saying again that in Africa, gender distribution of the disease also varies. Males, 52%, female, 40%. Why male, 52%? It is envisaged that male interact more with the environment than female. They go to farm. Here in Ghana, we have what to call artisanal mining. That I'm saying they mostly go into this stagnant water where the Mycobacterium thrive in this environment. So they are likely to get in touch with the bacteria and therefore susceptible to the infection. Now, Borreliosa is neglected tropical caused by Mycobacterium. I've said that. Okay, I've said that. I just need to do the next slide. So it is driven by speedy environmental changes coupled with deforestation. So when mine begins to destroy environment, mining, farming, irrigation, fragmentation, almost all things that are destroying the natural ecosystem, it is an avenue to, aid the spread of Borreliosa. So these factors affect the survival of the pathogen in the environment and its transmission. So epidemiological studies show that this microbacteriosis is mainly found and also endemic in waterland and slow-moving water. So when water bodies get stagnant, where oxygen, even some of them, there's no oxygen in the water body, but they are stagnant water, dead water. This is where these bacteria thrive. And therefore, in Ghana, as I said, people want to get money, get rich quick. They just go and destroy this environment, create these water stagnant bodies where these bacteria are likely to survive, therefore aid in the spread of disease. So microbacterial survival based under low oxygen, as I have said. So you cannot model, for example, Borreliosa epidemic model without considering environment. That, for me, may not be the rare situation, even though it may vary from country to country. So the likely mode of transmission of this is driven by two processes. Firstly, occur through direct contact and also environmental. For me, the most accepted or most recognized or most data supported view is the one driven by environment. Talk about small fish, mollusks, some insects like water bugs. studies have shown that they carry this bacteria along with. So when they bite a human being or they, get in touch with the body, they are likely to spread the bacteria and so and so. Now, there was some study carried out in Cote d'Ivoire, which is another country nearby Ghana. It was observed that people were even getting the disease from one human being to one another. What happened? The lotion, the ulcer, is said when the ulcer rubs onto another body, this has been observed that you are likely to transmit the bacteria onto that innocent human being. Porter hypothesized that some water-filtering organisms, like I said, mollusk, fish, concentrate, and other little animals, and then, insects that you find around the environment where the disease are common, they are likely to transmit the disease onto human being. We say that the most best treatment for this disease is by grafting. Then you cut flesh of your body somewhere, and they go and affix it on where the ulcer has eaten the part, or sometimes surgery. Sometimes it can also give you antibiotics, very powerful antibiotics, to just help you to kill this bacteria. So I show you a typical example in case. And you can see from you can see from my presentation the devastation effect of what I've shown you. So this is a typical situation. People are being infected with the ulcer. You can see sometimes the limbs have to be cut off and so on and so forth. Very difficult when you get this disease. So the model formulation, following study by Koran, 2009, it emerged that human with blue ulcer through body contact with susceptible individual can result in infection. So after reading Koran's and group work, which was conducted in Cote d'Ivoire, a nearby country in Ghana, I came in conclusion that, okay, human being can also transmit, even though it is rare, but study has shown empirically from lab that it can occur, and therefore I try to incorporate this onto the model. So in the model, what I've done is I've incorporated human possibilities infection route, in which the total human population at time T is partitioned into susceptible, exposed individual, infectious individual undergoing treatment, individual recovering from Buri ulcer, and then the almighty density of microbial pathogen in what environment, the concentration of the pathogen in the environment, which for me is the most dangerous transmission of what Buri ulcer. So based on this interaction, the following non-linear fractionalized in the context of Atangana Bereno operator in capital sense is formulated. So I formulated this model based on what I've just said, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 system of equations. You see, all of us here, you all know the basic model formulation, so I don't want to bother my audience, but this is a susceptible class, this is exposed class, this is infectious class, this is hospital, those who undergo hospital treatment, this recovery, this is environment, the concentration of bacterial or serial pathogens in the environment. So I get these systems of equation. So the first thing I try to do is to look at the invariant region. And likely for me, the invariant region, I got this solution, very wonderful solution. Then the next thing I would like to look at the existence and uniqueness solution. And here I derived inspiration from the Atangana Bereno operators definitions. So I realign my model in the context of the definition. Then try to, now, if you look at the equation I show here, I said that S of t minus S of 0 is equal to 1 minus sigma over AB of sigma L1, L2, L3, up to L6 have been defined. So what are these L1? So these are the models equation itself. So in order not to make it very lengthy, I try to create the model equation in another slide. But it's just the substitution of that in the previous slides that I've shown. So look at, we want to find the maximum such that this is less than alpha. So the subsequent inequality holds for both L1 of t and then L1 of t of S star on top here. So I try to solve for this inequality and I try to solve it and I got a solution. Then I calculate that if this gives me the solution, then in fact, I can say that, I can say that this is also less than this, also less than that. So I get this. Then following the same definition again, I try to do further analysis in the context of Atangana-Belleno operator. Then I tried also solve for each. So I solve this. This is for susceptible. This is for exposed. Then this is for infectious eye. This is for hospital treatment. This is for recovery. And this is for what? Environment. Having done that, I try to substitute what I saw over there here. You can see in the context of a Atangana-Belleno operator definition. Then I try to do further simplifications, say that this represents like the first system of the equation should be less than or equal to this here, and then subsequently the rest as it is. Then here I want to make a state a theorem and try to see if I can prove the theorem. Now, here I say that the uniqueness solution. So here I've looked at the existence. So I'm trying to look at the uniqueness of that existence solution. I said that the uniqueness solution for model 1 to 2, that's the original model, exists when there exists a value of t subscript maximum that satisfies the condition. So what is the condition? This is the condition. So here, 1 minus sigma over AB of sigma, then I subscript J plus T superscript sigma subscript maximum E alpha subscript J over AB of sigma, and then we have is a big lambda of alpha less than 1, where J up to now. For our model, J was supposed to be up to 6. So I try to, based on the definition I show, I compare my system for each and then code the definition that I show here and see that they are less than that. Then I did further simplification. Okay. Now I pick one of them, try to substitute and see the differences as I've done here for the first one. So this K1 represents the first distribution that's susceptible. Then now I substitute the variable of the system equation itself and then obtain this. Now, having done that may prove that this is what uniqueness. So I also try to compute the reproductive number of the model and using the next generation matrix, and after going through some algebraic simplification and some computations, I arrive at R0 to be this. Now I also look at the equilibrium of the solution, whether the solution exists at the disease-free equilibrium. That's very important as a mathematician because the dynamical state of a model is as crucial as anything. So I solved as a solution for, the susceptible, the rest are 0, 0, you can see. Then I try also solve for the endemic state, endemic state. In other words, when glucose exists in the community, what is the solution? I also obtain this following equation. So endemic state also exists. Then that's not enough. As a biomathematician, I'm also being interested in the stability of my system. So here I use Jacobian matrix approach. So I have 6 equations. I'm going to have 6 by 6 matrix and try to, find Jacobian matrix of the original model at the distributive equilibrium. So you put the solution at the distributive equilibrium, you get this. So this means I have to substitute at the distributive equilibrium what is S superscript 0, what you obtain from the disease-free equilibrium. So you do the substitution and little, analysis, you get this polynomial, equation, which is exponent 3, where we've defined the term A1, A2, A3, and also defined this term. And this technically indicates that it is locally asymptotically stable when there are not less than 1. Okay? Now, that was not enough. Here, I try to think in a way whether looking at some scenarios. If I try to incorporate, for example, say some fractionalized optimal control in my system, what will happen? So here, I try to, here in Ghana, not all the population are, gotten formal education. You still have a couple of people who didn't have opportunity to get into school, especially those who are aged. But now, for the past 4 or 5 years, the government of Ghana has made secondary school free education. And therefore, everybody now has the opportunity to terminate his or her education at the senior high school level or going to a tertiary level. So, my point again was to do with culture, habits. Oh, that's what we do all the time. So I try to incorporate some optimal control strategies and see what will happen if that were realistic input to be done or to be implemented in these communities. So here, this is called public education on the danger of Mycobacterium cereum. So I incorporate U1 as just purposely for public education on the spread or the danger or effect, whatever it is could be. Then again, shading, because the supply of the microbacteria on the environment also comes from human being, man. The ulcer, even if they cut the spread of maybe they do grafting or surgery, how do we dispose it? If somebody dies of this, how do we dispose all these things? So how does the human system also supply this microbacterium also into this? So we try also to put a control as also prevention control, also public education on managing the debris, or if you like, the dead, or the part cut when the person has how to manage those things. Then you also put another control. This control is also look at the drug efficacy. Remember in the introduction, I talk about antibiotics. So you also want to measure the drug efficacy, how potent these antibiotics are. So ladies and gentlemen, these were the 3 controls that were incorporated into the model. From the ensuing slides, in fact, there are some portion I didn't show because of time, but numerically I've shown some results. In fact, I also incorporated fractional stochastic component in the model, which I'm going to show the graph, but I didn't show the theoretical part because of time. So these were the functional objectives as it were. And all of us know, so we are targeting these guys here. Okay. Then we have to rigorous applying Plantinga maximum principle as usual, and solving the system, you obtain our solution to be this. Then we're interested in the compartment that contain the infection, in other words, that transmit the infection or have infection. So here, this is the control profile when we're saying that the control 3 is 0. In other words, we are not activating control 3, but we are activating control 2 and control 1. You could see that, well, because we are not activating control 3, control 1 is flat, 0. There's no effect on that. However, control 1 has to be activated 100% for about 5 days. Then you have to decrease its effect gradually till the end of the intervention, 20 days. Then control 2 has to be activated about 12 days. Then after that, we have to reduce the intensity gradually. And even at somewhere, if you like, 0.25 of the then you have to keep constantly till the end of the period. So we are very interested in the environment, because that is one of the most driven supply of the infection. And here we're saying that without control, this is how the spread is occurring. So when control was put, you see that it has spread. So in other words, there's a significant difference between the control case and without control. And therefore, per what we're observing here, you could see that the control is very effective, which is trying to reduce the spread as this is become asymptotic even to the time as okay. Now, this is the infectious compartment. In the same vein, all of us can realize that the control is very effective. This is without control. Look at how it is. So at the control, where there's a control on the intervention, there's a control in the intervention, you realize that the dotted line is where the control have been applied. So here we've applied control 1 and 2. You see that there's a fast reduction difference between when without control and when it's control. And therefore here we can say that when these two controls that I've just mentioned are implemented, it's likely to reduce the spread of the disease. Then now we come to, again, where now control 2, we didn't actually control 2, but we actually control 1 and that of control 3. And what happened? Ladies and gentlemen, we can observe again that control 3 has to be kept constantly at about 18 working days before we gradually reduce its intensity. But control 1, okay, was kept about 5 days and has been reduced gradually to the end of intervention. It means we need more of, public education on those who have ulcers, how they dispose the ulcer which contain the microbacterial serum into the environment. Very, very important. Very, 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 very important in order to achieve. So when that is done, or when that was done, we realized that it did not bring any positive effect. Here, you see that without control, graph is coming down. When even that control has been realized, then it's going up. It means this strategy is not effective. In other words, without control is better than with control. That is the meaning. And similarly, same thing happened in the infectious compartment. Without control appears to be better than with control. That means that this strategy, if you employ this strategy that I just mentioned, is not likely to bring any improvement in the spread of the disease. Now we come to a situation where control 1 is kept 0, while control 2 and 3 are activated. Let's see what happened. Now we could see that control 2 was kept for about 10 working days. You sustain at 10 working days. Then from 10 going, then you begin to reduce it. Even at about 2.5 or the control profile, you have to keep it constant to the end of the intervention. However, for control 3, you have to keep it almost 19 to 18 days before you are reducing the intensity of the control. Now let's see what corresponding effects on the spread. Here, the infectious class, you realize that there's a total reduction in the infectious compartment that we can see when the control was put. Then when there's that control, there's a vast difference. Therefore, you can see that when you incorporate control 2, control 3 at the same time, you are likely to reduce the spread of the disease. Similarly, in the environment compartment, you can see the same story as I've just mentioned. When the control was, activated, 2 and 3 was activated. Look at what happened. Total reduction compared to that control. Therefore, I can say for a fact that this strategy is very good and effective. Now we come to a situation where all the 3 controls, we try to activate them. And that was done. Let's see what happened. In this system, you could realize that control 1 was actually about 5 working days. Then from there, we're going to reduce the intensity so that we can save cost. Control 2 was also activated for about 10 days. You see? Then from there, we can save cost. But control 3, it will be difficult to save cost because you have to keep. Control 3 has to do with public education, those who have the ulcer. It's not easy. Cost, transportation costs. Sometimes you have to give them something to feed, otherwise they will not even allow you because they are neglected by society. They are poor, they are not working. So all these costs have to be kept, okay, for almost 18 days. And let's see the effect. You can vividly see from the graph that here there's a vast difference between control and therefore, for me, this is the best way to manage the borreliosa ulcer when we have this scenario that I've just mentioned. Now let's see the last one. Similarly, the microbacterial case is a total vast difference. So if you have money, then we implement this strategy. I can say for a fact that in the not near future, we are likely to reduce this disease in the various minimum that is. So I come back to what I was talking about. So I decided to incorporate stochastic component into the Tangana Beleno operator that I work with. So I put stochastic components of certain values. How many did I put? I can check here. I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values of stochastic component were put here at different values. And the values are the one you see here. So you could see that, you could see what is happening in the model. So I put the stochastic value, some values there, and I try to see out the fractional order. In fact, this is the fractional order SF. And then in the model SF, I put these stochastic values, says 0 point something, 0. This work, most of them I put 0.04, 0.05 in that one, and try to simulate and see the effect. So, and when I did that, I observed that when the fractional order is 0.6 for the sortable, this is fractional order is 0.7, and so these are the fluctuations you see in the graph. You see that the fractional order is increasing towards, let's say, 1. The number of people getting infection are also increasing in the sortable class. In the exposed class, it is the reverse. As the fractional order is increasing, the number of people getting exposed to the disease are decreasing. Okay, and you can see the fluctuations, or what we call the stochastic effects is the one you are seeing in the graph. Now, infectious class. So you see here, this is 0.6. So as the fractional order is increasing, the number of people getting infected are decreasing as far as the solution is concerned. Hospital too, as the fractional order increasing from 0.6 towards 1, the number of people that are being referred to hospital are decreasing from the data that were used. Here, as the fractional order also increasing towards 1, the number of getting recovery are also decreasing. Then the environment, so much fluctuation is difficult even to, but however, I can see blue here. It means as the fractional order increasing, okay, the number of pathogen getting concentrated environment are increasing. You can see this is the green color here. This is the color for 0.95. So it means the thing is increasing towards the side. So I don't want to bother audience too much. What you see here now, I remove the stochastic component. Then I try to do the simulation again. You can observe here that as the fractional order increasing from 0.6 towards 1, the number of susceptible are also increasing. Similarly, here, as the fractional order decreasing from 0.6 towards 0.95, the number of people getting exposed are decreasing according to this simulation data. Then here, similarly, fractional order decreasing towards 0.95, the number of people getting infection are decreasing. Similar situation happening at the fractional order, also increasing from 0.6 towards 1. The number of people getting treatment in the hospital are decreasing. Then here, this is the recovery. So people recover at a point in time, and you see the number of people also getting at a point in time. So here up to this point, 0. Like this 6, 4, 5, around 5. Then from here, you can say that as the fractional order increasing towards 0.95, the number of people are increasing. However, from this point coming, the case reversed. Now you could see that as the number rather increasing towards 1, the number of people recover are decreasing. The environment, you could see that as the fractional order here, are increasing towards 1. The number of bacteria, microbacterial serum getting to environment are increasing. And that is where my point is. That is where we need to take more critical attention. The supply or how the environment get concentrated of the bacteria. That is where we need to look at it seriously. So what have we done today in my talk? I said BU mathematical model is formulated with human transmission dynamics, I've shown. And people are not sometimes in agreement with me because they think that it is purely driven by environment. But if empirical studies have shown that it's also driven by a human being, then we can incorporate in the model. That's exactly what I've done. Then the steady state of the model you saw, I shown. Then I also look at reproductive number. I look at the existence of uniqueness of solution in the context of Atangana Bellino operator definition. I try also to put time, fractional time optimal control, and play around 3 strategies, where I say one of them is the prevention of the BU in the environment. The other one, I said that the shading to prevent how human beings shade the ulcer into the environment. I said the other one has to do with what you call it, antibiotic efficacy of the drug. Now, incorporate this control, you saw the play out of all the scenarios and it emerged that the best strategy is to play around all the 3 controls at the same time. However, we must get also into our mind that the control do not come free. The control strategy that you use will come with a cost. We must also get that one into our mind. So fractional order derivative influence the spread of Briosa. And on this note, I will also recommend that other studies should be carried out incorporating optimal control, fractional stochastic, derivatives. Just also look at the differences. This can be applied in other complex models that are threatening the survival of. And on this note, I'd like to thank the organizers for this program. I'm so extremely grateful for inviting me to give a talk on this day. I wish you all the best. I also wish you all the best for the rest of the participants. Thank you. In my language in Ghana, where I come from, you say Medamasi. Okay.
So much from Prof. Bonya. I think Prof. Bonya is already here with us. Prof. Bonya, hello.
Hello.
Okay, hello. Hello, sir. Good.
How are
What?
you? How is Indonesia?
It's nice to meet you. Okay, so we will begin our Q&A session, Prof. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I think there is one raised hand, but it's already lower hand. I think it's called Zara. Are you still here, Zara? Do you want to ask something to Prof. Bonya? I'm sorry if I called your name wrong. So, Prof. Bonya. Zara, are you here? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I think Pak Hasan do. Pak Hasan. Okay. Pak Hasan, please you can open. Okay. Please ask directly. Oh, you still mute, Pak Hasan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Prof. Prof.
Hi, my friend.
Yes. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
Okay, Professor. Maybe I have a question, so you can share to all of us. What the significantly difference of using the stochastic way with the regular way or the classical way? Because I see that
Yeah.
you have the stochastic and then you have the Atangana Baleano, the standard Atangana
Okay.
Baleano.
Okay. Thank you very much, my good friend. You see, the stochastic components has to do with uncertainties that normally you observe in epidemiology. You can't predict linearly when it comes to epidemiology, especially when diseases are driven by environmental factors, human interactions, and so on and so forth. So we try to mimic the uncertainty that comes with the spread of the disease. So, for example, if you have epidemiology running, let's say, up to 5 days, working days, or 10 working days, you could realize that some days you will have the disease occurring or affecting maybe 20 people, another day 5 people, another day 20 people. So it's like oscillating, fluctuating, going up and down. So that is the effect of the stochastic, to mimic that it is not linear as it were in a classical, fractional derivative. So if you want to actually mimic the spread of epidemics, I recommend the stochastic part to be incorporated to mimic the fluctuations. In fact, if you increase the stochastic value to sometimes very difficult to read from the graph. So normally I prefer reducing the effect. Otherwise, you could see like the last graph how it is. So it is very difficult to predict that you are going to have, let's say, 20 number of malaria on Monday. You are going to have maybe 25 cases of malaria Tuesday. It is not normally the case. So that is the reason why we incorporate the stochastic to mimic the fluctuation, the randomness effect normally comes with epidemics. Thank you.
You still on mute, Pak Hasan?
Thank
you. You still on mute, Pak Hasan? Oh, you cannot mute. Oh, okay. Here you go.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor. I think that's your sharing is very valuable for us. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Wait a minute, I'll check. Okay, maybe for me, Prof, I want have one question for you. So you have several control, right? So when you have the numerical method, you already talk about, oh, this one is a good control on, and this one it should be not be a control because it makes how to say like it's not solve the problem, right? So when for several control that it should be made, which one the best control that it's the first priority control for us to make the bacteria, the virus, how to say, yeah, the bacteria is not spread more faster. I mean, like, something like that.
Okay, thank you. You see, now I didn't do some other analysis. Otherwise, I could do what you call cost-benefit analysis also. Sometimes, for example, for this work, I am recommending that all the three controls, public education, the interaction with the environment, I also recommending the shading of the ulcer, that bacteria also onto the environment.
Recording in progress.
How do we bury a dead person who has
Recording
the disease?
stopped.
When the ulcer is cut or cutting the first part of your body to replace the eating part of the body, how do we clear the eating part of the dead body? So all these things, the displacement of all that I've said is very important. Again, the drug efficacy. It doesn't have a specific medication. However, if you take antibiotics, a certain quality type of antibiotics also help. Remember, all these things come with cost. So we're saying that if you have a lot of money, keep education constant. Keep education of those who have the disease when they are, disposing the lotion, whatever it is. Then also recommend, or the government should invest in buying quality antibiotics at the same time. If all the three scenarios are being kept at the same time, you are going to see a reduction, total reduction, or eradication of the disease. Again,
okay.
You also observe from my simulation that control 1 and I think control 2 were also very effective. That is a public education with respect to interaction with the environment, also the shading. So if you do preventive control, that's control 1 and that of control 2, you are likely to reduce the spread. You may not need to invest in antibiotics. That's also another way you can also reduce. And as I said, all control strategies that you implement will come with a cost. So as you look at the control effectiveness, you must also think about the cost associated with implementing such control. You also remember the number of days the control is kept 100%, the more you invest, the more you have to spend. So that is how the practical interpretation of this scenarios. Thank you.
Okay, great. Oh, great explanation, Prof. Thank you so much. So, Prof. Bonya, I'm sorry, but because of time constraint, we must conclude the Q&A session now. However, we hope that we can reach you maybe by email to continue discussion if there is any further question. Would be that okay for you to reach by
Thank
email
you.
maybe?
I'm always available. Yeah. If there's any question, you can share the question by email. I will try my best to answer as possible as I can.
Okay, great, thank you. So as a token of our appreciation, we would like to present you with this certificate. Yep, this is the certificate. We will send it to you, Prof. Then once again, thank you so much, Prof, for your insightful presentation at InCIReSMa 2024. We look forward to potential collaboration with you in the future. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you. It's my pleasure having time to speak with your audience. I wish you all the best the rest of your program. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Prof. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it will conclude about the last plenary session. I will give back to MC. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rizka, for leading the session. Now, we have another time to stretch your muscles. We will give you entry recess so that all participants can enjoy their time for 15 minutes, and we'll meet again soon.
And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're reminding all the presenters to change the Zoom display name with the format room_paper_ID_name. And for the participants, with the format participants_name. And also, please use the virtual background it was given before.
And ladies and gentlemen, please fill in the presence list while you are attending this event. The link for the presence link will be available on the Zoom chat.
Collaborations are the means of being able to mix different ideas. And mixing different ideas from different origins with different backgrounds is how we can create innovation.
The most interesting for us to be in this event is to discover Indonesia and higher education in Indonesia.
So it's a big value to come here to make collaborations, partnerships. Our students are really like to go to Indonesia, and we would like that Indonesian people come to France. So we try to find a way that you come more in France to see us.
Mengapa riset inovasi penting untuk pendidikan tinggi di Indonesia? Karena sesuai perkembangan zaman, Indonesia nggak bisa gitu-gitu aja. Kita dituntut untuk melakukan ekspansi dari sisi inovasi, riset, dan teknologis.
Dan riset-riset di Indonesia tentunya ini dimaksudkan untuk menuju Indonesia Emas tadi tercapai dengan baik. Dan yang kedua, kenapa ini penting? Karena anak-anak Indonesia nggak bisa lagi kita berpangku tangan dengan produk-produk dari luar. Kita harus punya produk dalam negeri. Dan kalau bisa, kita juga bisa memiliki teknologi-teknologi masa depan.
My hope is like we know more now. We could meet each other. Is that our collaborations go further. So sending more students, sending more professors to teach in each university.
Adanya nanti terjalin kerjasama dengan kampus-kampus di Prancis mampu mendorong mahasiswa kami untuk bisa berpikir lebih kritis lagi dan bersikap inovasi dan menjadi agen perubahan juga untuk sistem inovasi di Indonesia.
Kita sangat berharap acara JWG ini bisa semakin memperluas kerjasama di bidang-bidang yang sebelumnya belum ada. Terus bisa juga kita berharap untuk acara ini memfasilitasi adanya mitra baru untuk UGM.
Oke, harapannya dari terselenggaranya JWG ini tentunya kami dari BRIN bisa memberikan kontribusi positif dengan kerjasama antara Indonesia dan Perancis.
So for the next working group, it would be interesting to see how the context around the volcanological research, how that has progressed.
It's very rich and dense contacts and very open communication with people. People are very open, friendly, and very interested in what France can offer and represent. And for me, it's a very inspiring and exciting event. And I'm very happy to be here, especially with people. It's very pleasant experience.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We had a productive and inspiring time together today, and this event is about to come to the very end. I hope you found the presentation at this conference are informative and helpful.
Okay, Dimas. Today we already heard some great speakers from several countries invited, also the great presenters. We appreciate and please give applause to our speakers and presenters today.
That's right, Maria. Now we are on the final agenda for today's event. Before we close our conference, we will announce to the best presenter for each room. And here is the best presenter. For room 1, we have Maharani Eka Larasati et al.
For the second room, Dian Savitri et al.
And for the third room, we have Iqbal Kharisudin et al.
And for room 4, we have Ratna Subakti.
In room 5, we have Didik Prastianto et al.
And for room 6, we have Danachat Anuniwat.
For the room 7, we have Iwayan Puja Astawa et al.
And for room 8, we have Hodianto et al.
In room 9, we have Novita Findri Harini et al.
And for room 10, we have Mahfudah et al.
In 11, we have Nur Fadila et al.
And for room 12, we have Supri Widodo et al.
And there is Zainal Abidin for room 13.
And for room 14, we have Abdul Haris Rosidi et al.
In room 15, we have Anissa Anita Dewi et al.
What an excellent presentation. Once again, congratulations for all chosen to be the best presenters.
We would like to inform you that the certificate will be given 10 working days after this occasion. Please stay tuned in the WhatsApp group and the publication will be announced by email.
Also, for the best presenters, the certificate will be given same as the participants. And now, at the end of the day, we would like to convey our gratitude to the speakers, presenters, and participants for joining us in InCIReSMa 2024.
Once again, we would like to thank our sponsor, Konaspi, Kuanta, Guru Cendekia, and Guru Inspiratif Indonesia, who support our conference from start to finish.
That's all for today, and we hope this event will lead to a better future. We apologize for our mistakes as the master of ceremony today.
See you at next InCIReSMa. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.